Meeting is now reconvened at 5:06 p.m. Board members present in the board auditorium are Trustee Cruz, Trustee Bluford Daniels, Trustee Guidry, Trustee Hernandez, Trustee Wade, Trustee Baker, Trustee Santos, and Trustee Dygard. I would like to ask everyone to please silence all cell phones. También me gustaría recordarle a nuestros padres y miembros de la comunidad de habla hispana que tenemos intérpretes disponibles y se encuentran en la parte de atrás del auditorio. We will now be joined by a member of the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps to lead our pledges. This student is from Sharpstown High School in District 6. I would like to ask District 6 Trustee Kendall Baker to introduce the pledge leader.
Thank you very much, President Hernandez. Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Sarah Solis distinguished herself in leadership, academic, sports, and community activities throughout her 4 years at Sharpstown High School. She ranked second in 412 with a grade point average of 4.5. She is Sharpstown's 18th Army JROTC Battalion Commander. She has served as logistics coordinator and participated in the Color Guard, Flag Detail, JROTC Leadership, and Academic Bowl, archery, and physical training teams as well. She has also received her Superior Instructor Award in JROTC, along with many other accomplishments in varsity sports and community service. All this while taking dual credit courses and advanced placement classes and earning her medical assistant certification by the time she graduates from Sharpstown. Cadet Solis will attend Duke University, where she will major in psychology and pursue a career in that field. Ladies and gentlemen, Cadet Solis.
Thank you. At this time, will you please rise for a moment of silent meditation? At this time, will you please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Cadet Solis.
Excuse me, that's Solis, Cadet Solis. Thank you.
April is Arab American Heritage Month. I'd like to ask Trustee Patricia Allen to read our proclamation in honor of this event. Trustee Allen.
April, whereas for over a century, Arab Americans have been making valuable contributions to virtually every aspect of American society in medicine, law, business, education, technology, government, military service, and culture. And whereas since immigrating to America, men and women of Arab descent have shared their vibrant culture and traditions with neighbors and friends, while also setting fine examples of model citizens and public servants. And whereas they brought with them to America their resilient family values, strong work ethic, dedication to education, and diversity in faith and creed that have added strength to our great democracy. And whereas Arab Americans have also enriched our society by sharing in the entrepreneurial American spirit that makes our nation free and prosperous. And whereas they join all Americans in the desire to see a peaceful and diverse society in which every individual is treated equally and feels safe. Now, therefore, we, the Board of Education, and the Superintendent of Schools of the Houston Independent School District, do hereby proclaim April 2023 Arab American Heritage Month in HISD. And we encourage all to join in this observance to celebrate the rich traditions of the Arab American culture. In witness thereof, on this 13th day of April 2023.
Thank you, Trustee Allen.
Thank you.
April 17th through the 21st is Volunteers in Public Schools Recognition Week. I'd like to ask Trustee Judith Cruz to read our proclamation in honor of this event. Trustee Cruz.
Whereas every year, thousands of parents, businesses, and community partners support students and teachers in the Houston Independent School District by donating their time, resources, and knowledge. And whereas these volunteers serve in a variety of roles in areas such as mentoring, tutoring, extracurricular activities, office and classroom assistance, and more, with the goal of increasing student achievement. And whereas volunteers help in schools, programs, and events throughout Houston, and whereas a robust and successful education system requires community engagement and participation, and volunteers selflessly illustrate the power of that partnership. And whereas National Public School Volunteer Week is observed during the third full week of April. Now, therefore, we, the Houston Independent School District, Board of Education, and Superintendent of Schools proclaim April 17th to the 21st, 2023, Volunteers in Public Schools Recognition Week in HISD in honor of our thousands of active volunteers, and encourage all to express appreciation for these dedicated volunteers, these dedicated supporters who assist and enrich the lives of our students and teachers. In witness thereof, on this 13th day of April, 2023.
Thank you, Trustee Cruz. We would also like to recognize a number of our HISD student athletes this evening. Each of these students will receive a Board of Education certificate congratulating them on their achievements. First, we will recognize our Washington High School boys basketball team and coaches. Can you please stand?
Yeah. Ooh, 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 ooh. All right. Yeah.
This team placed second in the University Interscholastic League, or UIL, 4A State Basketball Championship. Congratulations to all of you. And next,
Let them stay. Let them stay so we can take pictures with all of them.
Congrats.
congratulations again. We would also like to recognize our wrestling students and coaches. Can you please stand? These athletes placed at the UIL State Wrestling Championship, with one student from Northside High School and 3 from Westside High School, including one Kyle Liu, who is now state champion in 6A. Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations to y'all. And now we also have a brief presentation regarding a military exhibit at Chavez High School. Joe Fuentes of Advantage College and Career Readiness will introduce our speakers. Mr. Fuentes, please come to the podium. I think there might be a button that you have to click to turn on the mic.
How's there?
Yes,
All
there
right.
you go.
A little better. So thank you again. Good evening, Board President Hernandez, for this opportunity. Distinguished board members, Superintendent House, we're honored. It's an honor to have this partnership, in motion. And these individuals, real life heroes behind me, are going to show you exactly what's been going on and what's the opportunities that have arisen for students in this community and throughout the city. To my right is the Honorable Casa. This is the civilian aide to the Secretary of the United States Army. So unique as it is. To the left, to my left, excuse me, is Lieutenant Colonel Miley Escalin. She serves as the Chief of the Houston Sword. And it's an honor and a duty, and my duty, to present to you these incredible heroes as they show you all everything that's been going on. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to address the board tonight. It is an honor to be here. As Joe mentioned, I'm Myrna Trevino, and I am the civilian aide to the Secretary of the Army, Texas East, CASA for short. My mission is to assist the Secretary of the Army as a force multiplier to bridge the gap between the community and the United States Army by communicating with schools, educators, and influencers of the multiple Army pathways. To help you understand why I'm here tonight, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. Growing up in the 60s and 70s on Houston's north side, just down the road on Irvington Street, my parents and I both knew that education was the key to success. As a Hispanic woman in that era, the barriers were great. However, when you're determined to have a better opportunity, you find a way to make it happen. For me, that was working in the oil and gas industry, who paid for my college tuition as I attended night school. And that was before night school even existed. As a result of being a first generation to graduate from college and receive my degree, my sisters all followed in my footsteps, changing our family's future forever. This brings us to why we're here tonight. As the CASA, it's time to give back to the community. I did not serve in the Army. However, I am proudly serving now in this office. So how do we give back to the community? It's through our message expansion program. We began with briefing to schools, the groups of schools, counselors, parents, VFWs, and American Legions. And as we moved forward, that led us to bringing the Color of Freedom, a national women's veterans exhibit, to Chavez High School during Hispanic Heritage Month last year. Thank you, Principal Martinez, her staff, Board President Danny Hernandez, and Joe Fuentes for giving us the opportunity to showcase women veterans from all eras, including our beloved Vanessa Guillen, who is featured in the exhibit. With this renewed relationship, the U.S. Army now has an on-campus office in Chavez High School to provide information daily. The goal is to have on-campus offices in all high schools moving forward. You may ask, why should we have offices in the high schools? Well, our community views the Army as one pathway, straight to the front lines. But what I have found is that is not true. Remember, I said earlier, the Army has many pathways, which includes active duty, officer enlistment, reserves, National Guard, West Point, attorney and medical officer opportunities. The benefits are many. Earlier this year, I gave a Minuteman scholarship of $305,000 to an Humboldt High School student. $305,000. Yeah, that's a lot. Lieutenant Colonel Eskelin and her team have awarded millions of dollars in scholarships in our area. This morning, the West Point Academy, Military Academy, awarded an acceptance letter to a young man at Sam Houston High School. This is the first student out of Sam Houston High School to ever attend West Point. Tomorrow, we will be giving another acceptance letter to a young lady at Waltrip High School at 8:30 a.m. So if you want to come out and attend, please come out. 8:30 at Waltrip. Our communities, schools, parents, and educators are unaware of the pathways. So the mission is clear. Let's work together to share the information and educate our community of the many opportunities that are available. Let's change the trajectory of young men and women together, and let's share the information to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. It is now time to hear from speakers to specific agenda items. We have 19 agenda speakers registered this evening who are limited to 2 minutes each per board policy. Please speak to the agenda item you have registered and signed up for. We also ask that speakers stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as their identity is protected under law, but you may name your own child. Speakers should practice normal rules of decorum. Obscene language and profanity will not be tolerated, as this is a public meeting and our students are watching. Additionally, disruptions of the meeting will not be tolerated. We ask the audience to refrain from interrupting speakers while they present to the board during this portion of the meeting, and to promptly end their remarks when the timer rings, indicating the expiration of their time. Speakers will generally be given 2 reminders of our public comment rules. If the speaker continues to violate the rules after these reminders, the speaker will be asked to leave the meeting. Please remember that if you are signed up to speak via Zoom, we must see you live with your camera on as you speak. Our first item held for registered speakers is item 1, acceptance of board monitoring update. Presentation of goal progress measures 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3. Will Jerry Monroe please come to the podium? This speaker is also registered for items 2 and 3 and hearing of the community.
I implore the board not to pass the budget that is proposed. It's not going to work. I got principals on my phone all day long. Whoever put that together, that's not going to work. TEA is not taking over HISD. God is. He's tired. For over 40 to 50 years, we have neglected kids. We have stolen money. We have not done the things the right way. It's not TEA, but he's sending the commissioner through like a thief in the night, because now it's time and it's no more talking. So I've been out talking to my community. It's no time for marching. It's no time for protesting. What it is time for is time to educate them. It is time to partner with the people that have to take over this school district to right the ship. It's not going to happen in 2 years. It's going to take 4 to 5. It may take longer. But my community is prepared to stand tough and deal with it, because I've made them understand one thing. We're going to have to go through hell to get back to heaven. Every one of these kids, no matter what their race may be, they're entitled to a free, appropriate education. The school system is the problem. The administrations with the stealing of the money and all the extra stuff that came. I've been telling folks, some people on the board, you need to go. But some people on the board, they should not have to. But the way the law is set up, it is what it is. It's time to move on, and it's time for us to get to a better place. But I will say again, TEA is not taking over HISD. God is. Because you cannot continue to abuse children and think that he will sit pat and allow that to happen. I was coming with theatrics tonight, but I'm not. Let it go. Get out of his way and let God do what needs to be done.
Our next item held for registered speakers is item 2, presentation by the Texas Education Agency regarding the transition to a board of managers. Will Marie Poussin please come to the podium? The speaker will be followed by Daniel Santos, who is also registered to item 7.
Good evening. I'm Marie Poussin, a retired educator and HISD taxpayer. I'm strongly opposed to having our democratically elected board members stripped of their authority, granted by this community, not TEA. What's the plan for transparency by a board of managers to the public? There's no apparent real plan for improvement guaranteed by TEA by a certain deadline. I don't see a plan for transition in agenda item 2. HISD's board usually has its presentations attached to the posted agenda prior to the meeting. I decided to speak tonight because the posted agenda item was a blank page when I looked online. It's a blank page. Where's the plan? If I had submitted blank pages during my 28-year career, my contract most likely would not have been renewed. I had to plan for growth. I had to plan for success for my students. I have yet to see a plan, not at any community meeting. Where's the plan? This board was elected to do what's best for kids. Fund schools with equity, demand smaller class size, continue wraparound services, increase pay for all district employees, let teachers teach and not to a test. Fight for our kids. Fight for them now, elected board. I thought I only had 1 minute. While I'm up here, let's appoint Millard House, this board's elected superintendent, as the transition manager so he can earn his contract that we'll be paying.
Daniel Santos.
Good evening. I rise to speak on item number 7. The Board of Trustees needs to reclaim its legitimacy as the only elected body empowered by the community to govern. You need to pull the resolution from the consent agenda and vote it down. The individuals listed as possible transition managers raise concerns. The process has not been transparent. And we have heard things about at least one of them. That gives teachers concern about the vetting process. Moreover, this hostile takeover is designed to dismantle and divide our public schools. Professor Domingo Morel of New York University articulated exactly in the Washington Post what this takeover in Houston is really about. It's a manufactured education crisis to prevent people of color from exercising their citizenship rights and stripping them of political power. If you have any moral sensibilities left, you will pull this resolution and vote it down. Porque sí se puede. Thank you.
Kendra Yarborough, followed by Karina Quesada.
Hello, everyone. I want to first thank you all for your service. I have worked with some of you in the past as a teacher and in other activist roles. So again, thank you for everything that you've done. My name is Kendra Yarborough Camarena. I was a previous teacher in HISD until last year, teaching at Wheatley High School, instructional coach, and more. And now I'm a parent and just a taxpayer. But my passion for education has not left me, which is why I stand before you. It has been a long-standing practice that the HISD board includes in its agenda packet any presentations shared with the board so that the public can see those materials. I noticed on Agenda 2, unfortunately, as stated before, that page was blank and did not provide any information regarding what TEA plans in regards to the transition. None of that was included in the packet. My questions are real simple, and these are the questions I ask for you to please get for the public, because these are questions that not just I have, but many others do. Will the Texas Education Agency, or TEA, commit to sharing with the public, all presentation materials shared with the Board of Managers, as well as yourselves, any local legislative meetings that they've had with other elected officials? Will TEA ensure that all meetings with the Board of Managers be public, including those in May, before the Board of Managers are sworn in? Will TEA provide in writing a grievance process for taxpayers and parents to address concerns regarding decisions made by the Board of Managers, including potential actions that could be taken against them? The elected board should be demanding transparency and accountability, not appointing a non-Houstonian. And we ask that you do what we all deserve as voters. We deserve so much more, and so do our children. Thank you.
Karina Quesada, followed by Carmen Nuncio.
Hi. So again, about the TEA presentation, it's missing out of the packet agenda for the public to see prior to the board meeting. And that's just indicative of how TEA will run our district if given the chance. Just like the sham of community meetings with zero transparency and everything else that's been done in darkness. Morath and Abbott are just a couple of power-hungry white men deciding how to carve out the spoils of HISD's money, resources, and land. HISD will be run by them and only accountable to them. Houstonians should not fall for Morath's lies. We don't want you writing resolutions, making things as easy as possible for TEA. Who concocted this idea of transition manager, and where was the job posting for it, the application process? Another move done in the dark. We need y'all's voices united with ours loudly opposing this takeover. You want to lead something? You want to make stuff up? Lead us and our children into taking direct action against the takeover. Direct action always gets the goods. Come up with ideas to stop it. We can opt out of STAR. We can have huelga schools, strike schools like we did in the past. What are they going to do? They're already trying to take us over. What do we have to lose? Come up with ideas of how to stop this. Don't just roll over. Thank you.
Carmen Nuncio, followed by Travis McGee.
Good afternoon. My name is Carmen Nuncio. I am a parent, a grandparent of 47, and a grandparent of 47 years of volunteer experience in HISD. I strongly oppose the, the takeover the takeover. This takeover is undemocratic and strips away our local control of our schools. As a community, we are responsible for ensuring that our students receive the best possible education. If TEA thinks that we are not doing a good job, then they should support us, not take over. It's clear that the takeover is motivated by the almighty dollar, and I firmly believe that TEA does not have our children's best interest at heart. Our schools are not commodities to be bought and sold. Our students deserve better than to be pawns in a political game driven by political gain, and we will not stand by as TEA tries to take over. Thank you.
Travis McGee, followed by Ruth Kravitz.
Travis is 10 minutes away. He got stopped by accident.
Ruth Kravitz.
Good evening. Thank you for doing the work you do. During budget season, I am normally here to talk about keeping dollars as close to the classroom as possible, lowering class size, and cutting useless contracts. But the hostile takeover board of managers will create a budget Abbott wants, and we will have no say whatsoever. So talking about it is just more window dressing and the dismantling of our democracy. And the resolution for a paid transition person reminds me of the time when Ann Richards beat Clayton Williams for governor. And he said, if it's inevitable, just relax and enjoy it. The citizens of Houston are not enjoying this, nor do we want our own electeds to give up on democracy so easily and under cover of darkness. How many of you will applaud as Abbott's new sham board of managers hollows out the district and diverts all of its money to private schools and for-profit operators? By voting for this resolution, as some of you will, you are pre-approving the whole thing. You should vote no. Takeovers fail. Our children are watching. And as I have some more time, let's go into some more detail. This transition manager resolution is a sample of the arrogance of the takeover and those of you enabling it. In what secret meeting was this idea hatched, since I just found out about it today and I'm in the know? It's important to have community input. No, we didn't get that. It's important to have Houstonians in the transition process. No, we're not getting that, since Craybill is an ex-TEA employee, not even from Texas, much less from Houston. It's important to have transparency and accountability. We don't have that either, since the board gave us a public agenda with a blank slate. Thank you so much.
We also have speakers who signed up to address item 2 via Zoom. Ms. Conroy, please admit our Zoom speakers.
Anita Wadhwa, please turn on your mic and camera and you may begin. Anita Wadhwa, we need you to turn on your camera, please, and you may begin speaking. We cannot hear you. Anita Wadhwa, please turn on your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead and begin, please.
Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead and begin, please.
Hello? Nothing?
Anita Wadhwa, go ahead and begin. We can hear you.
You can't hear anything? Okay. I'm unable to hear you, so I am going to hang up. My apologies. Oh, you can hear me. Okay. I apologize. I'll make it. I just wanted to make sure that the TEA is making sure that the Board of Manager meetings continue to be public, including those that occur in May before the Board of Managers is sworn in. And I wanted the TEA to commit to sharing all of the presentation materials that they share with the Board of Managers with the public. I'm a parent of 2 children at Condit Elementary and also part of Community Voices for Public Education. Thank you.
President Hernandez, the other speaker who is registered for Zoom on this topic, is not in the queue.
Thank you. Our next item held for registered speakers is item 3, approval of the April budget amendment. Will Laura Lim please come to the podium? I'll put you in for 8.
Okay,
thank you. Our next item held for registered speakers is item 7, adoption of the resolution concerning local control of the transition from local governance to the Texas Education Agency of the Houston Independent School District. We will begin with speakers who have registered to address the board via Zoom. Ms. Conroy, please admit our Zoom speakers.
President Hernandez, none of the speakers are in the queue.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from speakers who have registered to address item 7 in the auditorium. Will Zachary Foreman please come to the podium, followed by Tracy Latson. Zachary Foreman. Tracy Latson.
Hello, my name is Tracy Latson, and I am a teacher against item 7, resolution concerning local control. The HISD community does not support the takeover, and seeing how the Board of Trustees is the community voice, the resolution does not reflect our beliefs. You have not denounced state takeover in this resolution. You are criticizing the process. There is a big difference between the two. The resolution is meaningless. There is nothing you can do to stabilize HISD during this hostile takeover. Do you have the authority to authorize a one-time retention stipend? Will this happen before TEA strips away your power on June 1st, leaving you as puppets for your constituents? Is it ethical to mislead students, parents, community, and staff members into thinking you can stabilize this transition with a resolution? You want to do the right thing? Denounce takeover, not the process. The process is messy because the takeover is not right. Mr. House, I want to thank you and your cabinet for all that you have done for HISD. What you have done in this short amount of time is nothing short of remarkable. Any school district in the United States would be proud to have you as their superintendent. And personally, on behalf of all the teachers in HISD, I want to apologize to you for being the face of this takeover. It's not right. We need to go back to the superintendents that were active in 2015 through 19. Thank you.
Our next item held for registered speakers is item 8, approval of recommended curriculum material for human sexuality instruction and instruction on the prevention of child abuse, family violence, and dating violence, and sex trafficking. Will Meg Seth please come to the podium, followed by Jackie Abreu Hill.
Hello, I'm Meg Steff.
Yeah, I have it right here.
When I went to sign up to speak, I saw that health and human sexuality curriculum was up for the board to vote on. I was very surprised, so I asked parents if they had received any information about this. They have not. I couldn't find a copy of the new curriculum, but I did find a copy of the old curriculum on the high school on sexuality. Nothing for the lower grades. The state board had 5 options that they decided to choose. They picked 2, Quaver ED and Goodhart Wilcox. Various organizations reviewed the curriculum and all failed their measurements. The measure was Comprehensive Sexuality Education Harm Analysis Tool. Quaver Ed received 4 failures out of the 15, and Goodhart Wilcox received 10 failures out of the 15. Sexuality Education Harm Analysis Tool. That's what they failed. Over 17 Texas grassroots organizations asked the state board not to use any of the human sexuality instruction, which is also not mandatory in the state of Texas. So why are we rushing to do this? Are we lessening the role of the parents? Our parents lead their children's education and their moral upbringing. Why are we doing this? School districts in Texas have decided against this instruction. Why are we not one of them? Why did Humboldt and Magnolia ISD reject this? Will we include atypical sexuality? Where do we end and who decides this? Will it be up to individual schools? What extras do they want? Who will be responsible for monitoring it? Can parents have the kids opt out? This does not raise expectations for parental engagement. What about concentrating more on core academics? We need to start focusing on student outcomes and basic skills. We need more academic classes, not less.
Jackie Abreu Hill, followed by Laura Lim.
Okay, I strongly encourage you to vote against the adoption of Quaver Ed and Goodhart Wilcox curriculums for human sexuality. We have an obligation as adults, parents, and you, the Board of Trustees, to protect children at all costs. We were voted down, or both were voted down by the SBOE in November of 2021. Tomball and Magnolia, like Meg just mentioned, both rejected these as well. Quaver Ed has the capability to data mine our children through a health tracking system online portal. This portal includes an off-site non-district adult who has access to chat with your K-5 child. Goodhart Wilcox is not sexual risk avoidance certified either. Texas law requires abstinence-focused curriculum. This curriculum also discusses the promotion of clean needles versus not doing drugs, pregnant persons versus pregnant women, teaches children what they do not have to disclose to their parents, and gender identity. These topics are not required to be taught. Either remove completely or make sure parents know exactly how to opt out and why. Thank you.
Laura Lim.
I am here as a concerned parent of two high school students urging this board to vote no to the recommended curriculum materials for human sexuality instruction. This is a discussion to be made by families, not for schools. We all know that TEA is taking over HISD. Everyone believes that HISD parents, students, and community members will no longer have a choice when it comes to our children's education. What's the difference when a school board refuses to listen to the parents and community members they represent? Health is not state mandated, and since health is not mandated, the HISD school board should make the choice to let parents have control of what is being taught. It is the privilege, right, and duty of parents to discuss sex ed in the home. I know the home may not always be the most ideal environment, but it certainly does not belong in the schools, nor should be required for graduation. The adoption of the Goodhart-Wilcox sex ed portion of the text is not sexual risk avoidance, which is in violation of Texas Law 28.004E. Texas law requires abstinence-focused curriculum. HISD will be in violation of Texas law if it adopts Goodhart-Wilcox for middle school and high school. Again, vote no to this poorly written and law-breaking sex ed curriculum. Do one thing right by our kids. Vote no.
Our last item held for registered speakers is item 12, approval of vendor awards for purchases over $100,000 and ratification of vendor awards for purchases under $100,000. Will Sarah Terrell please come to the podium, followed by Ann Eagleton.
An earlier speaker compared the Board of Managers to takeover by God. Apparently, Greg Abbott and Mike Morath, do think they are God. I would have to disagree. Please do vote down the resolution to appoint this transition manager for the takeover. We didn't elect you guys to cave into TEA. If I were a trustee, I'd be resisting every moment until they drag me out of here. Democracy is that important, and you all should be saying so. On page 88, I noticed a $10 million contract amendment for HVAC rentals. The contract has only a few months left on its 5-year term. The original 2018 contract amount of $1 million, 1/10 of this revision is omitted. So why is this enormous increase just at the end of the contract life? And if the contract was raised in the intervening years, why is that information not provided? And if there's a good explanation for this, why is that information not provided? Is this giant amendment really just a new contract with no need to do bidding? And since it is for ventilation, why are we not using ESSER funds for that? I was wondering if a trustee contract approval is really just a rubber stamp process. I know that Lone Star governance seems to emphasize that trustees should only spend their time on academics. One of the many concerns I have about the Board of Managers is that they'll abdicate their fiscal responsibilities to the new superintendent, which Mr. Morath is even now selecting in a completely secret process. So my question is, who will be left to prevent the next big theft?
And Eagleton?
Hello. I'm speaking about the contract that involves the outsourcing of our internal audit department. Back in 2016, the board fired the chief audit executive. They fired him because he did his job and was finding bad actors within HISD. And since that time, internal audit has been completely disrespected, has really been in free fall and in shambles. And now we've decided we can't be bothered with having a fully functional internal audit. This is over $2 billion annually, and we can't get that together. That is shameful. And I'm upset because it feels like a perfect storm is coming together. We have a board of managers coming in that have been told specifically, Mike Morath has even said it in the newspaper, he doesn't think board of managers or trustees should focus on finances. My question is, if you don't have money and you can't keep track of the Benjamins, how are you going to teach Benjamin how to read? This is absolutely outrageous, and this really is just a license to steal from the taxpayer and, more importantly, stealing from children. This culture of theft from children must change. And now, on a separate note, since I have extra time, it makes me sad to think I'm not going to be speaking in front of my elected officials. I've had differences with some of you, but I've always respected that you put yourself out there and you ran and you earned your community's trust and their vote. And what we are doing now, this is another shameful thing by kicking you out and putting in some people that Mike Morath has picked. I didn't elect him. He has no right to do that. And I am sad to see you go, and I wish you all best, and thank you so much.
Is my understanding now that we have two speakers that are registered on Zoom that are ready to go now? Ms. Conroy, please admit them in.
Yes, Maria Benzon. I see your mic and camera are on. Go ahead and begin, please.
Good evening. My name is Maria Benzon, and I am a parent of a student at Condit Elementary, and I'm a teacher in HISD. I'm here to talk about the transition to the Board of Managers, and I just wanted to say a couple of things. The first thing that I wanted to bring up is that TEA really, as much as they want and believe that they have the best intentions for students, I really have a lot of concerns about that. I know the focus will be more on testing because it's all about quote unquote accountability. And I say that because there's so many other ways to assess how a student is learning and growing. The other thing is the focus will be much more on STAR prep and drill and kill. As a teacher, I have seen and have been a part of that crazy process, all because we don't want our kids to, because we want our kids to learn, of course, but also because of the high stakes testing and the pressures on teachers. There's going to be less stress, less class time spent on learning, and a lot more stress on students. And then kids, the whole purpose of learning and going to school is to find joy in learning. and want to learn more, and that's going to be gone. The other thing I wanted to mention is just this idea that TEA will improve governance. The Board of Managers is not accountable to HISD stakeholders. I mean, that's the whole point of having a board, and I love the fact that we get an opportunity to vote for our board members. We will not have that opportunity here, and the checks and balances of an elected board will no longer exist. I have super big concerns about that. But as an ending remark, I just want to say thank you so much to the board. It is a tough job. It goes very many times, unthanked and unappreciated. And I can only imagine the work that you're doing now to try to help in all of this. But as a parent and as a teacher and as a citizen, I really do not support the TEA takeover. And I hope and I wish that other things would change. But thank you so much for your time tonight. Have a good night.
Allison Newport, please turn on your camera and your mic, and you may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Allison
I'm
Newport,
concerned
we need to see you on camera, please.
You should be able to. There we go. Sorry about that. I am concerned that TEA Commissioner Mike Morath is selling us lies and wrapping it in shiny paper. This is not what democracy should be about. Here are two of the myths that are being sold by TEA at the moment. Houstonians will be overseeing HISD, not the TEA. This is not true. TEA Commissioner Mike Morath will select the Board of Managers, and they will serve at the pleasure of Mike Morath. He can remove them at any time for any reason. They will only be accountable to Mike. He'll also select the new superintendent. He's not required to use an executive search, just like the board usually does. The Board of Managers will only negotiate and execute the new superintendent's contract and just fill out and sign that paperwork. My other concern is that the takeover, they keep saying the takeover will only last for 2 to 6 years. But really, that Mike Morath determines the exit criteria and the state accountability standards and governance goals. This could last forever. There's no term limit for the Board of Managers. I urge you to rethink this resolution, and thank you for your service to us as the Board of Trustees.
President Hernandez, that concludes the speakers in Zoom.
Thank you. And it is my understanding that there is one speaker at the board auditorium that just arrived. Travis McGee, go ahead.
Again, my tax bill says Houston Independent School District. Not Houston Independent School District and Friends, not Houston Independent School District and charter schools, not Houston Independent School District and corrupt politicians. Houston Independent School District and that's what mine say. The highest one on my tax ballot. I'm concerned about why my board of elected employees did not continue with the lawsuit. We told y'all to do that years ago. Y'all chose not to do it. And when you say what's a waste of taxpayers' money, I don't think fighting for our schools is a waste of taxpayers' money. I could think of a whole lot of things that's a waste of the money, but that's not one of them. But again, we still at this point, and it's a damn shame that it came to this. But I don't think the TA is going to do anything different or better. They've been around 74 years. What have they done? The elected employee that wrote this bill been on the education committee for 36 years. What have he done? We needed y'all to stand up, man. It was one time that we needed the whole board to be on one accord. And this is no good for our schools, but especially the black and brown schools. We know who they're going to come out the first. A mouth can say the schools are not going to close. A mouth can say the schools are not going to be chartered over. But what does the law says? Is House Bill 1842 we working against? Is Senate Bill 1882 we working against? And is Senate Bill 1365 that we're working against? All of them are against we the people. But we needed some of you all on the boards to have some gauze for just one time. What would it hurt if y'all continued that lawsuit? It's our money. It's not y'all money to make decisions like that, to say what's a waste of taxpayers' money. Hell, I'm paying taxes for like 5 different properties, but not seeing my money or my tax dollars work on one of them. So I'm totally against this. Most of Houston was totally against this. And if y'all haven't noticed, we have like 2.3 million people in the city of Houston, and it was less than 400 applications for the Board of Managers, meaning that we wasn't concerned about that. But we were and still is concerned about our tax dollars and our schools staying open, which I think they have. I just wish y'all would have fought for us.
This concludes our hearing of registered speakers for agenda items. We are ready to consider now our discussion and report items, beginning with item 1, acceptance of board monitoring update, presentation of Goal 2, progress measures 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3. Superintendent House, we are ready for your update. And colleagues, please hold your questions until the presentation is complete.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to invite Dr. Allison Madney to the podium, but she's already made it, to help us dig in reference to this item. Dr. Madney.
All right, thank you, Superintendent House. Trustees, I'm here this evening to bring you the update for goal progress measures 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3. This is our middle of year check-in for our math renaissance results. So as a reminder, we have put in our glossary that's pertinent to this presentation. So you have that at the beginning to assist with any acronyms that are located in the presentation. So moving on as a review, this is our 21-22 end of year third grade STAR math data. Just as a reminder on the presentation, we were 8 points below our expected for last year and 14 points below our 2024 goal with third grade STAR math. In looking at our third grade STAR math at or above grade level, again, this is just a reminder slide. These are the data points that you have seen before, looking at our student group data and where we were actual versus the target for the 21-22 school year. And then we'll move into our middle of year data. So we're going to start with our first grade math data. The goal progress measure states the percentage of first grade students performing on grade level in math as measured by the end of year math screener will increase 8 percentage points from 64% in June 2019 to 72% in June 2024. So there's a lot on this slide, so I'm going to reorient you. We'll start on the left-hand side. That is our English and Spanish combined, so all of our test takers in first grade. You can see our red line is our target line each time, and then just under the red line for 22-23 are our two blue dots. Beginning of year was 63% of our first graders performing on level, and at middle of year, as measured by our Renaissance assessment, we were at 67%. That is a 4-point jump over beginning of year. And when you look at middle of year to middle of year from last year to this year, we do have a 1-point increase for our first graders. Moving over to English only, we do have a 2-point jump from beginning of year as well as a 2-point increase from 64 to 66, middle of year last year to middle of year this year. For our Spanish only testers, we saw an 8 percentage point increase for our first graders from beginning of year this year, and that equates to a 4-point difference between middle of year last year and middle of year this year. Our number of testers, you can see at the bottom for this year was flat, but you can see, you may recall our conversations about our concerns middle of year last year, about our decrease in participation, so we put efforts in place this year to ensure that all testers were actually being tested and had some checks and balances and some reminders along the way. And so our data does, we are very confident that this is a complete set of data versus middle of year last year. We were concerned about our data quality indicator because of the decrease in participation. For first grade, we are seeing that all student groups increase between beginning of year and middle of year this year, except for our African American population, which went down 1 point between beginning and middle of year from 56 to 55. It's also important to note that looking at our 2019-2020 data, so our pre-pandemic data, as you may recall, we stopped at middle of year that year. So when we look at 19-20 to 22-23, we are actually 6 points above pre-pandemic for our economically disadvantaged population, 11 points above pre-pandemic for our emergent bilingual population, and 8 points above pre-pandemic for our Hispanic population when you look at middle of year to middle of year between those 2 years. When we look and break out by our RISE campuses, the gap between RISE and non-RISE decreased from 15 at beginning of year to 14 at middle of year, and both of those populations increased. So that's what we want to see. We don't want to see a decrease in the gap, but people are going down. So the non-RISE campuses increased 4 percentage points, and the RISE campuses increased 5, resulting in that smaller gap between those groups of campuses. So when we look at our first grade math for our high quality instructional material pilot campuses versus all other campuses, we see a similar trend. Our high quality instructional material campuses increased 5 percentage points from beginning of year to mid, and our non increased 4 percentage points from beginning of year to mid-year. So moving on to our second grade students, we can see here on the far left-hand side an increase of 9 percentage points from beginning of year to middle of year. We did increase or decrease when you look at last year's middle of year to this year's middle of year of 6 points. We see a similar trend with English only as well as Spanish only. For English only, we have a net increase of 10 percentage points from 43 to 53. However, when you look at middle of year to middle of year from last year to this year, we did decrease 5 percentage points. And looking at Spanish only, we have an increase of 11, but year to year, a decrease of 2. Again, cautioning on that mid-year to mid-year comparison because of, again, that pretty dramatic dip in participation rate that we had last year, and echoing that concern. So looking at, there we go, second grade student groups. We have one student group that is above where we were pre-pandemic, and that is our students with disabilities. So they are 1 point above right now where they were pre-pandemic. Everyone else in second grade is lagging behind where we were pre-pandemic. But we do have several student groups that are double-digit increases from beginning of year, including our students with disabilities, sitting at 14 percentage points above beginning of year. Our ELs, 10 percentage points, Hispanic, 10 percentage points, our African American students, 8 percentage points in second grade above beginning of year. When looking at RISE versus non-RISE, again, we have a decrease in the gap and an increase in both groups. So we have, it was a 14-point gap at beginning of year that has shrunk to 10-point gap. Our RISE campuses went up 13 percentage points, and our non-RISE up 9 percentage points. And again, looking at our high-quality instructional materials campuses, both increased at the same rate, both increased 9 percentage points from beginning of year to middle of year. So moving on to our third grade students, we see we have an 8 percentage point increase from beginning of year to middle of year, from 56 to 64, and an even comparison from middle of year to middle of year, from last year to this year. The same can be said for our English only, even comparison from middle of year to middle of year, but a 9 percentage point jump from just this school year. And then Spanish only, it's an 11 percentage point increase this school year, and an 8 percentage point increase year over year. Looking at our student groups, again, our students with disabilities are coming in 4 percentage points higher now than we were pre-pandemic. all had increases, all student groups had increases from beginning of year to middle of year. And our highest levels were with our homeless population, our economically disadvantaged population, and our Hispanic population. Looking at rise versus non-rise, again, we see a shrinking of the gap. 8 percentage point increase for non-rise campuses, but a 9% increase for our rise campuses. And then looking at our instructional materials campuses, an 8 percentage point increase for our high quality instructional material pilot campuses, but 9 for those that are implementing those materials. Superintendent House?
Thank you, Dr. Madney. And as Dr. Madney indicated, these results really reflect, of course, the hard work and progress of our first, second, third graders and the educators that have really put in the progress, specifically on our math universal screener assessment focused on the middle of the year results. Now, it's important to know, as she plainly indicated, that when you're looking at these progress measures at grade levels, we're not really comparing apples to apples. I won't repeat what she indicated. Now, while there's still some gaps between our progress measures, targets, and actual performance on the middle of the year exams, we see growth across all grades and test types between beginning of the year and middle of the year, and believe that this growth is a true signal of the continued growth we saw in our overall third grade star results just 1 year ago. And we're proud of the growth that we see across our RISE campuses. A lot of work has been put into that, a lot of thought, and it's a true sign that our transformation efforts are seeing success and that our students are benefiting from the new systems and supports that we put in place. And we're very proud of that work. Now, this data from the middle of the year exam is used, of course, by teachers and building level principals and administrators to be able to analyze student performance and knowledge, especially as we head into the season of STAR testing and get prepared for what's ahead. Now, this year was the first full year of implementation of the high quality curriculum that you've heard so much about in the materials and math through our implementation of Eureka Math. As teachers become more comfortable with these resources and as we expand these materials to more schools, we believe that it will ultimately lead to higher math performance in all of our schools. There was a correlation that you saw between higher fidelity of implementation of Eureka and higher performance on the middle of the year exam as well. I give true kudos to our teachers and school leaders who have made this curriculum implementation happen. I know the students of this district will benefit from the consistent access to rigorous instruction on a daily basis. Trustees, we'd be glad to take any questions at this time.
Colleagues, we are now ready for comments or questions. We will do 2 rounds of 2 minutes per trustee. If an additional round is desired, that can be done with the motion, second, and board vote. And if you click on my computer, you should go back to the new system. Trustee Baker?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Superintendent House, Dr. Madney, for your presentation. On slide 5, is that slide 5? It was at the beginning. That's the end. Please hold my time, because go back to slide 5 at the beginning of your presentation, please. Go to one. That one, slide right there. Okay, so you mentioned in your explanation that we were 8 points below. What is the reasoning for the 8 points below, being 8 points below, and what specifically are your plans to increase in that area?
Dr. Matt, do you want to share a little bit about kind of the data analysis here, and then I'll push it over to our curriculum department. Dr. Bird has a representative here that can share in terms of some of the strategies that we plan to focus on moving forward. We've talked about one of them, which is the fidelity in terms of implementation. We saw more schools that truly implemented with the kind of fidelity that we know is extremely important that saw more success. I know that's one of the things that she would likely talk about. But Dr. Madney, I'll let you share a little bit, and then we'll head over to curriculum.
Absolutely. So, Trustee Baker, one of the things as we talked about when I presented this data originally was just the impact of the pandemic. And so we're coming from 22 points behind to 8 points behind. When students are learning math at those young elementary grade levels, it's very hands-on. They need to be able to have, to touch, to manipulate, to show the concrete examples of learning math. And so when we look at our third graders last year, they were drastically impacted by the COVID learning loss experience, learning from home, not having access as readily to those materials as they would in a classroom. And so we have known all along, nationally, we've known there have been studies about this. We anticipated the learning loss hitting math more dramatically. And so being able to move from that 22 points behind, we certainly not happy that we started there in 2021, but moving that needle up to 8 was pretty significant, and at the hands of our fantastic math teachers in classrooms. And so then we fully anticipate moving that needle again as dramatically when I report end of year results in 2023.
Next question. You mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that this was a Renaissance presentation. And last week while I was on virtual, I understand that we're switching from Renaissance to iReady. What is the true and real pertinent reasons for switching, Superintendent House, these two curriculums? And what is the reality, of swapping from Renaissance to iReady in the middle of, a year when we have a product that is working, both in English and Spanish? So what's the real reason?
And I'll let our curriculum department share some insight in reference to the question, or Dr. Watts, either one.
And are we phasing Renaissance all the way out? I mean, I don't quite get it.
Yeah, so Eureka is still staying. Renaissance was the assessment measure, and the reason we're moving to iReady is because iReady provides not only a diagnostic, but then it also gives the teachers lesson plans and information of where the children are, and then children can go on to iReady as an intervention, and it meets them where they are to close any gaps that they may have. And so iReady has a fuller package in terms of what it offers to teachers, both the assessment, and it will give teachers and students both resources and be able to meet kids where they are, so they could be on the computer using that assessment to guide what they're doing and be able to close gaps for them.
So, Superintendent House, we had a vendor with Renaissance, and I say this the same with other vendors. How come we don't go back and revisit with vendors and ask them if they could enhance their product, to meet the standards, rather than swapping out and allowing or providing that teachers be retrained with an entirely new software or curriculum?
Completely understand where you're coming from, but one of the things that we committed to was ensuring that we put the highest quality product in front of our students so that they could see. And as we look at what's out there, sometimes we can't wait on what the vendor does. We have to ensure that we provide our students and our families with what's best on the market. And we felt that this was the decision that was best for our students. And I think we're yielding some of the results from those. Change is difficult. It's very difficult. But change is worth the change if it's the right thing to do, and we really felt that this was the right thing to do.
That's all I have for now.
Trustee Wade.
Yes, thank you so much. And Superintendent House and Allison Matney, Dr. Matney, so proud of the increases that our students have made in all of these levers that you're pulling. Thank you very much. I want to start with my question to Superintendent House. So with so much time focused on testing, because we're trying to get everyone geared up for it, what additional supports are you implementing beyond for schools that are outside of these particular programs that so outside of the RISE campuses and outside of the new curriculum?
Now I'll have my curriculum share some of what those strategies are, because it's not just about our RISE campuses. There's lots of supports on all of our campuses that can be provided.
Yeah, so from the curriculum office, we have curriculum implementation coaches, and that they support both the HQIM and the district model course lessons. And so all schools have access to curriculum implementation coaches and managers. They've been working with instructional leadership teams at the school levels around the professional learning communities and giving teachers having meetings about looking at data, how do you use the data to inform your instruction, looking deeper at the data of like what individual students might need, modeling small group instruction if that's something that a school needs. And so we've had the DDIs coming out of Dr. Matney's department working alongside with the curriculum instruction coaches from my department, along with the interventionists coming from SPED. And so we're all trying to come together and help teachers really look at data and then figure out what could we do to help give children that extra boost.
So to piggyback on that question, so is the data is informing the teachers on that individual child? Is it doing it with the successfully? Are we seeing the success of that interaction?
Yes, we are.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, my next question is, I know Allison, or Dr. Matney, sorry, we've talked in the past about these differences in the numbers from testing data. And so I'm a little bit curious on page 15, if we could go to slide 15. There was more, that particular one shows a bigger gap in the numbers between beginning of the year and middle of the year data. So I would just like to see, ask the question of, especially with the English only, Spanish only numbers, it seems to be a fair decrease in that one in particular. Any reason beyond that you know of?
Yeah, so it goes back, I really think, to the monitoring. What we noticed last year was that there was that dip, and so we increased the supports from the student assessment side to help support leaders in monitoring those numbers for starting at end of year last year, and then we carried that over for beginning of year, and then really saw the impact at middle of year this year, so that those numbers are closer. And between the English only and Spanish only, you see some difference because teachers are allowed to choose the modality in which students test and the language in which they test. And instructionally, they may test both, or they may decide, you know what, I'm going to move these students to English, or we tried both at the beginning of the year, and now middle of year, I'm only going to do Spanish. So we do see, that's very common to see those changes because the teacher is the expert in the classroom, knows which data points that they're moving towards as they matriculate through the year.
Okay, and you feel confident that the supports that are being given and the data being driven by all of this is helping teachers understand how important the assessment outcomes are, or making sure that they're getting accomplished correctly?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, and then my very last question, in the campuses that are in the pilot, so I know you talked about the pilot, non-pilot outcomes, and we're seeing an increase, like you said, on both fronts, almost equally in most cases. Would that be?
Slightly higher for our pilot campuses.
Slightly higher for the pilot. So what besides the curriculum?
Trustee Wade, our timer's not working, but your time is up.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Cruz?
Thank you, Superintendent House and Dr. Matney. Sorry, I think I'm losing my voice. So on slide six, I noticed, and I don't remember seeing that before, but that little box on the side that shows the percentage of overall targets that were met. Thank you for including that. And just want to note that I am concerned that it's only 17%, given that some of these targets for our student groups are much lower than our aggregate target. And I know that's been a concern that we've shared across the dais, that if we already have low targets for some of our student groups and we're not even meeting those low targets, that is very concerning. But thank you for including that. Wanted to ask on the superintendent's response, and this makes sense, Superintendent House, what you mentioned and what's written here is if there's fidelity of implementation of high quality instructional materials, that equates to higher performance, right? That's what you indicated. So given that you've noted that, what supports or what will change for next year or even between now and the end of year to make sure that like, how are you holding folks accountable?
I think more than anything, and this is something that Dr. Bird alluded to several weeks, maybe months back, we want to lift up those schools that have had the kind of implementation that we would expect, that have shown the kind of results that we want to see, so that teachers and administrators can see what that implementation looks like, to make certain that they have a model right here in the district to look from, to learn from. I think that's one of the opportunities. You don't always have to look outside to see really stellar implementation or stellar performance. So we want to lift those up. She also talked a little bit about our implementation specialists, making sure that we target those specific schools that we know need additional support, and make sure that that support is focused on giving the right kind of feedback to the administrators, to the teachers in those particular schools that speaks to the implementation improving. So those are just a couple of specifics that I know we'll continue to do. I'm sure our curriculum department has some others as well, but those are a couple main ones that I know Dr. Bird has spoken to.
Thank you. So I tend to read the data, and I heard you mention something, like I tend to look at middle of year and I compare it to middle of year last year, and I understand, right, you and Dr. Bird had shared that we weren't having 100% of students take these screeners. How would you recommend, what is the best way for us to be looking at this data so that we can get a true picture of, because I understand it's different students every year, but we still want to see that upward tick, right? That's our target is, we made the 5-year goal. So even though it's different students each year, we still want to make sure that they're increasing. So how would you recommend reading that data?
Dr. Mandy?
I could be here all night to tell you. So several ways. The Cliff's Notes answer version is, normally it would be middle of year to middle of year, but because of that, that's why, even though I stated it, I do caution certainly looking at beginning of year to middle of year for lots of reasons, but also looking at first grade, middle of year to second grade, middle of year. Although it's not a perfect cohort because we didn't only look at students that were with us, it does give an idea of how our students are matriculating through the process with us, and then similarly looking at second grade to third grade, middle of year to middle of year. We're always wary of that end of year drop off that we talk about when I'm up here having this conversation, and so being able to look at what was the dip from the same cohort last year as we enter end of year, and making sure that we don't still have that. And putting those processes in place like Dr. Davis talked about to ensure that we're shoring that up.
Thank you.
Trustee Dygard? Thank you. So my first question is for middle of the year 2.2, are we not able, for some of the POPs, like special ed and ELAs, there's no middle of the year data? Is this one of those, like the population's too small?
No, this was a human omission error. So I can rattle those off though for you. So economically disadvantaged was 49 middle of year, so an increase of 9. Special education was 30, so an increase of 4. ELs 57, an increase of 10. Our males, 59, an increase of 10. Our females, 53, an increase of 8. And homeless, 38, an increase of 6.
That's really all data to know, so thank you.
Absolutely.
Is between our students who are meeting the targets and the ones who aren't, is there a differential in high quality instructional time?
We have not done an analysis in my department. Dr. Davis, I don't know, as you go out and are doing y'all's walks, have you seen a differential in the time? Yeah, I didn't think so.
Meaning that some kids might have a long-term sub as opposed to a effective teacher of record.
So there's not a difference like in the kids who are struggling not having the instructional time, like are they having more hours of long-term subs or teacher absences or anything like that?
We'd have to do an analysis to take a close look at that, but we know what the research tells us about having a high-quality teacher in the class. It's the most important element of how a child learns. So I'm willing to bet that there is a correlation, but we have not moved forward with a study to take a close look at that. But
So we don't know, but you suspect that the students who are struggling the most have a lower likelihood of having a high-quality teacher in front of them on a consistent basis?
no, I didn't. I must have misunderstood your question. I thought you were asking about whether those students and kids that had a high-quality teacher in front of them on a more consistent basis, whether we saw a correlation with those students performing at a higher level. So I hear a different question.
Do the students who are performing lower, are they more likely to not have a highly effective teacher in front of them every day?
We'd have to do a study to speak to that. I'd rather speak in absolutes versus.
We don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Somebody has already made a comment about looking, I think it was you, Dr. Matney, about looking at like last year's first graders compared to this year's second graders, this year's second graders compared to so on and so forth. So for several populations, I noticed there was a decline, like our African-American first graders declined in second grade. They declined between second and third grade. Several different populations like that. Have you all done a deeper dive into understanding why? Because that's a concerning trend.
Dr. Maddie?
So some of it has to do with the test as well, but those specific student group populations, we haven't dug deeper into that. We are aware as all students move up, that it is much more rigorous, and if they're starting lower, then it takes more to make up for that. And so, but we have not necessarily gone through for this presentation specifically and looked at individual campuses and how that's playing out with their programming.
Trustee Guidry?
I just have one and maybe a follow-up, and I probably should have put this in my Q&A. I apologize. Superintendent House, how do these statistics compare with what's happening in the U.S. and in Texas? I want to know, are we within range? Are we below? Are we above? Have we studied where we are? Because it's my understanding everybody's trying to recover. So I need to know how that recovery rate is going worldwide and specifically Texas-wide.
And I don't know that we've taken a look at what it looks like worldwide or what it looks like statewide, but it's certainly I think at the state level something that we may be able to get some insight on. Definitely.
Is that something that you all could produce to us? Because I'd really like to see.
I'm sure we can at the state level.
Okay. Okay. State level is
yeah.
good. Let's start there.
Right.
Thank you.
Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Thank you. Let's look at page 12, and please just entertain me just for a minute, please. The school year HISD with all the different subgroups for 19 of the students that are listed here, the various groups, which ones would warrant the most attention?
Dr. Maddie.
So for second grade specifically on this slide?
Correct, for 2019.
So I would be looking at two different things. I would be looking at actually three different things. Beginning of year to middle of year. So looking at that and seeing the change. Are we moving the needle for all groups? I would look at the base number. So for example, one group may be moving, but they are starting at a much lower place. You have a specific answer you want me to say,
I do,
don't you?
because I know that you're generally, because everybody that's looking at this, I want them to look at this specifically and say, in 2019, African-American children were, beginning of the year, 35%, 46%, Hispanic, 46%, 47%, 63%, 78% for whites, and middle of the year, et cetera, et cetera. So looking at that data, which ones has the biggest opportunity for improvement?
On the right-hand side, our African-American students.
The right-hand side.
The right-hand side is our African-American students.
Okay, I'm sorry. And then after them, after the African-American students, which ones?
Just on the right-hand side, when we look at race ethnicity, our Hispanic students.
So that's 2019. For 2021 and 2022, which group would probably need the most attention for 2021?
For 2021, our African-American students.
Okay, that goes back to these jars that's been here for 2 years. I know that you all are familiar with it, for those of you that are not. This is a visual. This is what we need to be concentrating our efforts on continuously. Not just today, not just since TEA BOMs are coming in here. This should have been our concentration for the last 3 years, at least. And that's those are our lowest performing students, and that's what we should have been, I continuously say, raising the floor. So y'all can ask all those weed questions if you want to. This data tells us the questions that we should be asking, where we should be directing our attention, where we should have been directing our attention, not just now, for the last 3 years. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Megan.
Anyone else in the round for round one? Okay, I have a couple of questions for round one. So, for the third grade students, one of the things that we had previously discussed is the fidelity of all schools taking the BOY and the MOY. So I see in the population that is actually tested a big difference in those populations. So how has that plan to have every school take the exam? How has that rolled out?
Dr. Davis, you want to share a little bit about kind of the expectations that have been set at schools in terms of test takers and why we've seen some of the increases that we have seen?
Yes, I would just say along with the school's office, along with the curriculum and instruction office, the expectation is that all students are tested, and we support schools in any way that we can with the people that we have on the ground. And I know it's communication, at home to parents, making sure that children are there, catching up students who maybe missed during testing time. So there are plans in place at the schools and our offices. It's like all hands on deck. Everyone is there trying to help parents to understand and to make sure that children are assessed.
So previously, I believe campuses got to choose whether they wrote out that plan or not. So I see you saying, no, that's not happening currently. The difference in the population of students testing is only because maybe absences. Is that correct?
Yes. The expectation from the school's office is that every student is tested, and I monitor that school by school, school's office by school's office, and celebrate and hold people accountable as it relates to getting to 100%.
Okay. And then for second graders and for first graders, the pilot schools are actually lower than the non-pilot schools. Can you explain a little bit about why you think that is?
Dr. Matt, do you want to share kind of your analysis of what this may mean? And Dr. Davis, if there's any input that you want to provide, or Dr. Watts, please do so.
Some of it was in some of the campuses were chosen on purpose. So some of the pilot campuses are our RISE campuses. So you see an overlap of that data. So they were thou shalt versus some opted in because they had a belief that what was happening on their campus wasn't working. So already just inherently these campuses were starting lower as a group than the aggregate of our campuses.
On page 7, I know this is going back to on the Spanish side, going back to 2018, 2019, the Spanish testers are very low. Is there a reason why they have significantly increased, and is that something that we can replicate?
Dr. Davis, you want to share some insights around the strategies that have been focused on here?
Well, I think communication is one, and making sure that everything that goes out, it's in, all of the languages. I think schools, from the expectation from the schools office, there was an expectation that schools would make sure that they communicated and got it out, and the celebrations and the recognition that happened. So I think there was just a push behind all students being tested, and that included our Spanish speaking as well as the others. So I think it's just a rise in all of them, because I think the communication is probably a lot better around what the expectation is around testing.
Yeah, but BOY was like 24 versus now it's like in the 50s, right? That's a significant increase.
Yeah, so I'm going to also add in that in the 2019-2020 school year, Renaissance was renorming their Spanish test, and so that was largely as a result of adding in the thousands of students from HISD who were taking it in Spanish. So after they renormed it, the standards were different, and so that's why we saw different results.
Okay, and so since there will be a switch to iReady, is that something that we will see again?
Not directly. However, our intent is to bring to this body for approval what our transition plan from these goal progress measures to the iReady goal progress measures. And we've been doing a lot of work in the research team for making sure that those metrics are aligned. The numbers aren't going to be the same, but the intent of increase in goal is going to be the same. But it is every time so iReady has two components, the norm reference side. Every time a company renorms, we can see a change in those pieces because new districts have been added on. Their data set is just different. So it is possible that we could see that same trend, just depending on what their norming process shows.
Okay. And then on page 8, I see, maybe it wasn't page 8. I think it was page 5. The MOI from last year, or from last year to this year, they're the same MOIs essentially. Okay, thank you. We will move on to round 2. And we have Trustee Cruz in the queue.
Thank you. I know. So based on how you were suggesting to read the data, I'm curious if you all were able to look at that, from comparing first graders from last year to second graders, et cetera. And if you did you see any trends?
Dr. Madden, you want to share? I know we're not necessarily looking at comparable cohorts, but any insights or deliverables that you can share from what you've gathered?
Yeah, a lot of those conversations are happening in those PLC at the campus level, so really looking at those cohorts of students there. So we don't have those in charts or graphs necessarily because they're organic conversations. But we are seeing similar trends. I mean, areas that we see stagnant, unfortunately, we're seeing that same trend from first to second grade and third grade, as Trustee Dygard pointed out with that one example.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I hope that we do keep an eye on that, on those groups of students, because that is critical since it's the same group of students. Thank you.
Trustee Dygard.
Thank you. I've been having a whole lot of fun doing math the last few days and looking at data. So I have 2 big bucket questions. The first is there are several campuses that were below 10% in third grade math on STAR last year, including Shern that was at 3%, who are not RISE campuses. Can you help me understand what you're doing on the campuses that aren't RISE but are performing at the very, very bottom of the district? What are the strategies for those students?
Yeah, but I think Dr. Davis shared some of those earlier in terms of how we're deploying the supports around our implementation specialists, as well as others. Dr. Watts says there's some other things that the school's office would like to share in terms of what our non-cohort members around the curriculum are seeing as well, and what we're doing to support them.
So in terms of those campuses, obviously we've tiered campuses that need additional support. There's more monitoring, there's more support deployed as it relates to the SSO, being there, supporting the principal capacity, building teacher capacity. There's just a stronger look at the data and a tighter walk with the schools as they are implementing instruction along the way.
And then my next question has to do with resource allocation, especially for the schools that are so far behind. The budget proposal in front of us is going to cut about 3 times as much money per student from our struggling campuses. So could you please help me understand the budget strategy to support these students, because I'm still struggling to understand that and what's been presented to us.
I won't get into the budget item. I know that's something that we'll be discussing a little bit later, but whatever happens, we want to be able to provide additional supports. We'll take a look at the data, and if we need to go outside of what those norms are and some of the performance that we've seen, we'll do what's necessary to ensure that those supports are in place.
So the budget is the strategy. So help me understand then what that looks like for our struggling campuses where you're taking over $400 per student or proposing that.
As I indicated, we'll get into the budget conversation, which is a separate item, and we'd be glad to discuss that with the public. And we look forward to doing what the will of the board focuses on moving forward.
Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Dr. Medley, thank you so much for having this patience. And I'm glad that you explained this so that everybody can understand the differences in what these numbers mean in these jars. I don't know what those little animals mean, but I know that we got some issues with some closing the gaps for some children. And we've been talking about that, closing the gaps for some children. So how are the RISE campuses selected?
Dr. Watts.
Sure, they were based on school performance accountability grades, so schools that were DNFs or recurring DNF campuses.
Recurring for a period of time,
yes,
so
ma'am.
2 to 3 years or long years of failure.
Yes, ma'am.
So if they just had 1 year last year, that wouldn't necessarily qualify them for a RISE campus right now. Not to say they wouldn't need the attention that's necessary or the resources, but it wouldn't necessarily mean that they would automatically be a RISE campus, correct?
So there were 2 criteria. One, if you were an F campus in 2019, because we wanted to intervene before you became a recurring campus. And then the other tier of schools were recurring DNF campuses.
And you all explained it to us when we decided on having these RISE campuses, so we knew this ahead of time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What the criteria was. Okay, I just want to make that point. And so having those resources to support and uplift those campuses that Dr. Madney has identified as having continuous issues and closing that gap. That's what I want to hear, continuous, all the time. Let's talk about closing the gap. Let's not talk about how many pens or pencil the district should buy. Let's talk about closing the gap. Although that's important, but closing the gap first and having that money available so we can send the necessary resources to those campuses that need it most to uplift those campuses. And I just don't like all this fakery. And we've been having this issue for so long. Amen. So long. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry because, again, I'm not sorry because I'm passionate about it. As I've told you all before, most of the campuses that have failing schools are in District 2. Y'all don't like me to say District 2, but I'm going to say District 2 again. Y'all all should be singing in harmony with me about District 2. Because District 2, if you raise District 2, it raises the floor. Thank you.
No, you're not in the queue. Okay. I guess nobody else is in the queue for round 2. Okay, I will go. So The charts that we submit to TEA, which is on the screen right now, right? Usually they come with goals or right next to them. So I don't see the goals this time. But as a board, we decided the percentage points that the whole group would increase by. If, Dr. Matley, let's say, if the percentage went from 8 to 12, what would that do for each subgroup?
If the target percentage
The
went from
target
8 to
percent,
12, so the overall, the third grade, moving from 8 to 12, we would go in and we would recalculate for third grade STAR, using the same methodology we did before to set targets for each student group to ensure that we would meet that 12. And I do want to address, we don't have specific student group targets for our goal progress measures. We only have it for third grade STAR.
Yes, correct. So I think that's really useful for the community to understand, just because these goals are expiring soon, and we need to understand what we need to do in order to uplift every subgroup, not just certain subgroups. So, all my questions / comments.
Every subgroup.
I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we will now move on to accept the presentation given to us. Do I have a motion? I have a motion by Trustee Baker and a second by Trustee Guidry. Please vote. Voting is now closing. Motion passed. We have 8 in favor, 1 opposed, and 0 abstentions.
Madam President, point of privilege. Can we take a break? Because I know that we're coming up to 7 p.m. when we need to do the hearing of the community anyway. Would it be possible to take a break and then come back? Because we've been in meetings since 2, if nobody opposes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we will recess for 7 minutes, and then do the hearing of the community. Thank you. This public meeting of the board has now reconvened at 7:01 p.m. We will now conduct our hearing of the community so that speakers may be heard no later than 7 p.m. in accordance with board policy. We have 7 registered speakers remaining this evening. Speakers are limited to 2 minutes each. I'd like to remind speakers that when addressing the board, please stay on topic and refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as they are protected under the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. However, naming your own child is permissible in the course of stating your concern. The board encourages and welcomes comments and input from our community, but we cannot respond or deliberate to any subject that is not included on the posted agenda. While the board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should practice normal rules of decorum. Obscene language and profanity will not be tolerated, as this is a public meeting and our students are watching. Additionally, disruptions of the meeting will not be tolerated. We ask the audience to refrain from interrupting speakers while they present to the board during this portion of the meeting. Zoom speakers will please remember that we must see you live with your camera on as you speak. We will begin with registered speakers who signed up to address the board in the auditorium. Would Stephen sorry, I'm going to butcher this last. Sefficat, please come to the podium. This speaker will be followed by Louis Geigerman. Stephen? Louis Geigerman? And Sam Smith will follow Mr. Geigerman.
Before I open my remarks, you made you basically said that student's name could not be mentioned. In this particular case, FERPA does not apply because the student is deceased and both parents are, and FERPA basically does not apply. So I've sent you information regarding that. So I would hope they would start the clock back. Could we please reel the clock back? All right. Well, all right. You probably, there are 3 people. On March 3rd, 2023, a young Einstein at Bel Air High School and his parents died because HISD failed to find the student eligible for special ed. The student was assessed by HISD and was found to have an autism spectrum disorder, but was ruled ineligible because he was thought to be too smart for special ed, even though an independent evaluation that was paid for by HISD determined that he desperately needed social skills instruction and counseling for his poor self-esteem. The student was twice exceptional. The fact is, without the assistance of specialized instruction that special ed could have provided, he was destined to graduate to the couch. The only way he could have possibly survived the college would have been to have a parent move in with him at school. HISD and TEA must investigate the evaluation process for special ed for academically gifted children to prevent similar tragedies in the future. The memory of Alex Sherrard and their family demand it. There is blood on the hands of those individuals at Bel Air High, and they know who they are.
Sam Smith. Sam Smith, followed by Abner Lyons. Abner Lyons.
Isaiah 5:20 says, "Woe unto those who call good evil and evil good." I'm here on behalf of the North Forest community. I'm not here on behalf of TEA nor HISD, but the children. And based on what the parents have sent us through the North Forest News, we will continue to call out all the atrocities, not since this board, but the board previous and the last 50 years, of all of the bad deeds that has come through this independent school district. Now, I can talk about Brown versus Wade because guess what? White flight happened. They left us right by ourselves. Now, what saddens me the most is that you think we don't hear what's going on the board. No, you deserve to leave because we know the division. We're not ignorant. We know what's going on. But what hurts me the most is that we were the ones who stood up for integration. We were the ones who've been bit by the dogs, tarred with feathers, persecuted, you name it, because no one wanted to be around us. But yet you got the nerve to then turn around and not support us for better education. Shame on you. So I'm glad you're gone. I have no more faith in talented 10 black folks. You can't tell me anything because you sold your soul to the evil one. And so we're glad to see, again, it's not about TEA, but we're glad to see a change because North Forest has been left behind. You treated us like a stepchild. And so what they say, you reap what you sow. So don't forget, Big Boy got lost by these young children back here. It says, help us, help you, help our children. That's why you're closing. It has nothing to do with HISD and TEA. And stop lying to people saying that you supported Wheatley. No, we supported Wheatley. We signed a petition, not you. And you used Wheatley to say they were closing. They were never going to close. No. So I'm going to close on that. I owe my trustee an apology publicly because she supported this board and didn't want to hate on y'all. But I could not stand here and not support her through this atrocity from this school board.
Jackie Cross Eckford.
Good evening. I'm here to echo the sentiments of Mr. Speaker Geigerman. Although I did not know the family that he's speaking about personally, I know firsthand the challenge and the struggle and the frustration of parents trying to access transition services for their students. Transition services should equip the student with the skills needed to function in the environment, not just get accepted into the environment. Unfortunately, due to the lack of training, due to the lack of resources, and due to the lack of intent by the evaluation teams, a lot of these students are dismissed from special education and denied those services. It would not be surprising to you to know that principals and administrators are in need of training. However, it should be disheartening and shocking to know that your evaluation teams, the most powerful person on the team, during a dismissal meeting or a transition meeting, because they are the case manager for a lot of these students. Most of them, in their evaluation, refuse to consider anything other than academics. Imagine being brilliant. Imagine having the top score on the PSAT or SAT. Imagine not being able to apply your daily living skills of bathing, not being able to organize your time, not being able to negotiate the system, not being able to keep a checkbook, not being able to count your finances and budget your finances, not being able to communicate your needs and know who to go to help from. So I stand here today on behalf of those that are twice exceptional, asking you to reconsider, but to more importantly, investigate and develop some fidelity checks to make sure the transition services that basically carry over all of the resources and money that you put into students. It's like having the quarterback or the runner carry the ball and fumble it. Consider that.
Next, we will hear from registered speakers who signed up to speak virtually via Zoom. Ms. Conroy, please identify and admit our speakers.
Tracy Riley, you can turn on your camera and your mic, and please begin. Tracy Riley, please turn on your camera and your mic and begin speaking. Tracy Riley, please turn on your mic and your camera and begin speaking.
Good evening. Let me gather myself here. I came tonight to talk to you guys about the small school subsidy. Trustees and the district administration, I'd encourage you to please revisit the small school subsidy cut as maybe we go for a soft landing. It's such a severe impact on our economically disadvantaged students. Dipping into the funding reserve to provide temporary relief is a feasible solution. I know it's not ideal, but it's there. And it feels like all our hard work to increase enrollment and to build on top of amazing school culture is just destroyed. And I know that wasn't your intention. Your intention with the comment of not kicking can down the road, I appreciate that sentiment. But we're feeling it big time. And $100,000 isn't a ton of money in the big scheme of things. I know it's not an impossible ask. So please go back and revisit that. Investing in our small schools will benefit the students who attend them and can have a really positive impact on the entire district. I think it's essential to prioritize the needs of all students in the district, but especially our small economically disadvantaged schools. We don't have enough people to go do $100,000 galas and have our PTOs fill those funding gaps. That doesn't mean it's wrong and not a good fit for one school, but please keep that in mind whenever we're cutting this gap. Let's find a solution to be a bridge this year and work towards a step process in the future. Thank you so much.
President Hernandez, the other speaker who registered for Zoom is not in the queue.
Thank you. That concludes our hearing of the community. And now, without objection, the board will adjourn to closed session. The board will now adjourn to closed session under Chapter 551 of Texas Government Code, Open Meetings Act, subsections 551.004, 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, 551.0821, 551.083, 551.084, and 551.089. Should board final action, vote, or decision on any matter considered in closed session be required, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken at the open meeting covered by this notice upon the reconvening of this public meeting or at a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. The board has adjourned to closed session or executive session at 7:14 p.m. on April 13th, 2023.
foreign agencies with their attack on the U.S. or other countries.
You don't share your game plan with your adversary. Certainly in this instance, there are lives at stake. This is not a game.
So I've been out talking to my community. It's no time for marching. It's no time for protesting. What it is time for is time to educate them. It is time to partner with the people that have to take over this school district to right the ship. It's not going to happen in 2 years. It's going to take 4 to 5. It may take longer.
The basic allotment, and that is the amount of funding that the state provides per student, and right now that's $6,100. We've been asking for that to be increased by at least $1,000 to cover these costs.
Overall, not a lot of difference in symptoms with one exception, in that in India they've been reporting kids have been getting conjunctivitis a lot, and a pink eye, and whether or not that's bona fide or whether it's just anecdotal reports, we still don't really know, but we're hearing a lot of press reports about kids getting conjunctivitis as well as cough with it.
Jury selection began on Thursday for Dominion Voting Systems defamation lawsuit against Fox News. The election technology company is suing Fox for $1.6 billion over claims that the network knowingly aired false statements that Dominion rigged its voting systems to benefit then-candidate Joe Biden. During jury selection, lawyers for both Fox and Dominion will have the opportunity to question potential jurors about their background, including whether they watch Fox News. Delaware Superior Court Judge Eric M. Davis has prohibited lawyers from asking potential jurors about how they voted in the 2020 election. Lawyers for both sides will also have the opportunity to object to a certain number of potential jurors during this questioning process called voir dire.
Judge Davis has already ruled that Dominion proved that the statements Fox aired were false. This 12-person jury, once they are selected, will have to decide whether those statements were made knowingly or with actual malice, which is a high legal standard in American law. Opening statements are set to begin Monday in Delaware. For Fox, I'm Katie Barlow. Back to you.
locked up in county jails all across Texas are people in need of mental health care. It's estimated that more than 2,000 inmates are currently on a waiting list just to get into a state mental health care facility.
I think this is a civil rights issue. You should.
victimhood being sold by Joe Biden and the radical left, it's wrong.
Senator Scott kicked off his Presidential Exploratory Committee news with a visit to Iowa, where the first in the nation Republican caucus will kick off the 2024 election cycle.
Senator Scott was amazing. He's just motivating. He's uplifting.
Scott hasn't officially declared, but former South Carolina governor and UN ambassador during the Trump administration, Nikki Haley, has. She visited Iowa this week, too.
We've got boys playing in girls' sports. It is the women's issue of our time. Florida had the Don't Say Gay bill, right? Which basically said you couldn't talk about gender before the 3rd grade. I don't think that went far enough.
The latest poll shows 16% are very supportive of Haley and another 37% say they're mostly supportive. But more than half of the Republican voters prefer Donald Trump, although that poll was taken before his recent indictment.
Can't we just kind of put this away and move on because we have more important things to consider?
My opinion, he's a great candidate. He was a great president, but he needs to take care of the skeletons that are coming out.
Only 4 candidates have officially declared, but there's likely more coming.
Again, that's probably going to depend a little bit on what happens with former President Trump and some of the investigations. We're also sort of waiting to see what's going to happen with DeSantis, because a lot of people are thinking it's essentially a 2-person race between Trump and DeSantis.
The Cougars have won 13 of their last 17, opened American Athletic Conference play, taking 2 of 3 from then number 8, now number 9, East Carolina, preseason picks to defend their conference title, and UH is tied for first in AAC play with East Carolina and South Florida at 4-2.
Coming off 37 wins with 8 out of 9 starters back on offense, so they know what this thing's like, and we went right down to the last weekend with a chance to win the title last year. So.
that could have caused it. That story is just minutes away. But first, a simple argument nearly cost a local teacher her career, what one student is accused of doing. Plus, trains sitting on the tracks, delaying the East End community from work and school, and some even making the dangerous decision to cross in between the cars. What they're doing to get the trains moving along. We give you the stories you need to know in the first 15 minutes. Fox 26 News at 9 starts right now.
Video shows the moment two women and their children cross underneath a stopped train on the corner of Eastwood and Rusk Streets, one of them holding a young child.
My main concern that that train will start up and they will be very scared and possibly just freeze on the spot.
The camera's owned by Paulette Kukuk, a member of the Eastwood Civic Association.
Because is that
the train?
Yes. And I'm in the house, in my office with the door shut.
It happens at various times of the day through the East End. Long train delays can last for hours at a time, blocking road access during school and business hours. Fire stations report numerous block crossings interrupting emergency responses. Fox 26 attended the February town hall when residents got to hear from the Federal Rail Administration and U.S. Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia. Leaders say some progress has been made since then.
The railroad is kind of consolidating their resources into one operating area, like in their dispatch center. The other thing they've added is they've actually increased their mapping capabilities to include some trouble spot crossings.
The FRA's railroad crossing map now gives a better idea of how the area is impacted daily, and dispatch systems are being enhanced. But residents still report long blocks and little to no communication from the rail companies. He says it's going to take everyone, including residents, to figure out a problem that's existed for years. Paulette says she will continue to do her part.
They have the money to do it, and it only takes someone in the federal government to put forth a bill and try to get it passed.
Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, check, 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 mic check, mic check.
Dude, you look sick. Do it again.
Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, check, check, check.
Hi.
He said it was a little loud. I'll have to go like this when I talk about it.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, check, check, check. Is this good? You need me to scoot over a little bit more. How's that? Okay. Thanks, guys.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Thank you for this beauty shot. Suck it in.
Mike, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
30, thank you. 25, you're welcome. I don't even know. Tonight, 18,000 dairy cows dead from a farm explosion in Texas. We'll tell you what officials say could have caused it. That story is just minutes away. But first, a simple argument nearly cost a local teacher her career. What one student is accused of doing. Plus, trains sitting on the tracks, delaying the East End community from work and school, and some even making the dangerous decision to cross in between the cars. What they're doing to get the trains moving along. We give you the stories you need to know in the first 15 minutes. Fox 26 News at 9 starts right now. Good evening to you. I am Rashi Vatson. Tonight, a reminder for parents to know exactly what your kids are up to, even online. This, as a student from Klein ISD school, is accused of going to great lengths to try and get his teacher in trouble by creating fake nude photos. That's right. Fox 26's Matthew Seedorf investigating this for us tonight. Really something that could happen to anyone, Matthew.
That's right, Rashi. It's really scary what this technology can do, and if used for the wrong reasons, it can lead to jail time. A shocking cyber investigation underway at a Houston area school involving sexual deepfakes. A Klein ISD student accused of digitally altering and creating fake nude photos of a teacher.
If you use someone else's persona to create a website or social media account or email address with the intent to defraud or to harm them, it's the offense of online impersonation.
School district officials telling Fox 26 the student edited his teacher's face on the bodies of nude women, then created an account online, posting and sharing the deepfake photos of his teacher with text wanting money for more sexual pictures.
Under the Texas Penal Code, it's a third-degree felony. It is a serious crime. If you are accused of it, you're looking at some serious punishment.
Wrong hands, this technology can be scary. Someone can take anyone's photo from online, put it on someone else's body, and even make very realistic videos.
A lot of the technology is being used for, not the best purposes, for either, pranks or, or to be mean or vindictive.
Our enemies can make it look like anyone is saying anything.
As technology improves, so does the quality of deepfakes, which can target anyone.
During an era
this video of former President Barack Obama, actually actor Jordan Peele. How can people stay safe?
There's really not. I mean, your picture's going to be out there, and so there's really not a whole lot you can do.
A spokesperson from the school district telling us this matter continues to be under investigation as we consult with law enforcement agencies to stop the targeted cyber harassment. Right now, I'm told that several different law enforcement agencies are investigating this case. We're live on the Northwest Side tonight. Matthew Seedorf, Fox 26 News.
A former employee shot and killed a man at the Cleveland Municipal Airport earlier today. This is according to the Cleveland Police Department. The airport is just north of Splendora. Witnesses say there was some sort of argument between the victim and Marco Jaquez. Authorities say Jaquez then got a shotgun from his vehicle and killed the current employee. He was later taken into custody after a short chase. Now to a dangerous solution to an ongoing problem you might know about. Video posted online shows people crossing under blocked trains over on the East End. Residents say it is all too common. They are now doing what they can to get the federal government to get things moving again. Fox 26's Sherman DeSalle joining us live in studio. And Sherman, you spoke with residents about what's been caught on camera.
Yeah, it's pretty alarming. Videos like these, they're alarming for residents on the East End, but it's nothing new to them. These people are getting stuck when trying to get to school or work. There have been some positive changes, but there's still a lot of work to be done there, since an average of 114 trains pass through the East End each day. Video shows the moment two women and their children cross underneath a stopped train on the corner of Eastwood and Rusk Streets, one of them holding a young child.
My main concern that that train will start up and they will be very scared and possibly just freeze on the spot.
The camera's owned by Paulette Kukuk, a member of the Eastwood Civic Association.
Because Is that
the train?
Yes. And I'm in the house, in my office with the door shut.
It happens at various times of the day through the East End. Long train delays can last for hours at a time, blocking road access during school and business hours. Fire stations report numerous block crossings interrupting emergency responses. Fox 26 attended the February town hall when residents got to hear from the Federal Rail Administration and U.S. Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia. Leaders say some progress has been made since then.
The railroad is kind of consolidating their resources into one operating area, like in their dispatch center. The other thing they've added is they've actually increased their mapping capabilities to include some trouble spot crossings.
The FRA's railroad crossing map now gives a better idea of how the area is impacted daily, and dispatch systems are being enhanced. But residents still report long blocks and little to no communication from the rail companies. He says it's going to take everyone, including residents, to figure out a problem that's existed for years. Paulette says she will continue to do her part.
They have the money to do it, and it only takes someone in the federal government to put forth a bill and try to get it passed.
Yeah, and that's something that the U.S. Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia aims to do. She released a statement to it. She says she's filed the D-Block Act that would place penalties on railroads when their trains block a road crossing for more than 10 minutes. She's actively reaching out to members of Congress to co-sponsor this bill, but she's hoping that the public can help by calling their representative and letting them know how crucial this is to them. You can read the full statement and the resources to find blocked crossings on fox26houston.com right now. Rashi?
Sherman, thank you. Well, it is looking more and more likely that Papa's will be out of Hobby Airport by around mid-May. A judge today denied a request from Papa's restaurant to temporarily stop the city from replacing the restaurant on May 11th. Well, lawyers representing Papa's says that the process wasn't fair and transparent. There will be another hearing on April 26th. A state of emergency declared in parts of Florida after all of this rainfall caused historic levels of flooding. Some areas seeing more than 20 inches, and we all know what happens when it floods so much, and they're dealing with it there. Stranded cars, turning streets and roadways into rivers, and it led to hundreds of rescue calls from those stranded by the flooding. The rising water even causing closure of the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. It is expected to open back tomorrow. All right, well, we are your Gulf Coast Weather Authority. Let's check in here locally with meteorologist Ramisha Shade.
Well, fortunately, we stayed on the western side of that area of low pressure that was out in the Gulf that helped to trigger some of that extremely heavy rain across portions of Florida, including Fort Lauderdale, where they picked up over 20 inches, causing that massive flooding situation. At this point tonight, the area of circulation, of course, is over land, over Mississippi, weakening, but still dumping some heavy rain there, and the threat for strong storms between Atlanta and Jacksonville. For us, the weather stays quiet. We've got drier air filtering in. No rain or storm action expected tonight, but there could be some patchy fog for a few spots in the morning. So watch out for that Otherwise, I'm expecting fairly quiet but warm weather for your Friday as we wrap up the work week. Up to 81 degrees by 3 p.m. for tomorrow. Only a 10% chance for an isolated shower or storm tomorrow, and that's mainly going to be just to the north and west of Houston, up towards Bryan, College Station, maybe down towards the Woodlands and Conroe. Our storm chances and rain chances really going up for Saturday, and a few of those storms could be severe. I'll have the timeline for you a little later.
Still to come on the news at 9, an arrest made earlier today in the leaked Pentagon documents case. The 21-year-old now in custody. That's up next. And then later, a new study says Americans are addicted to their phones. Are you on them right now? All right. Well, how many times people admit to picking it up in a day? We want to hear from you. Be part of the story. Tell 26 if you're addicted to your phone. I mean, and it's hard to say, yes, I am. Are you not? How long can you go without checking your phone? We'll check back on this poll and see how much it changes coming up. Tonight, a 21-year-old active service member is in custody in connection to the Pentagon classified documents leak. Jack Teixeira is a member of the intelligence wing of the Massachusetts Air National Guard. The arrest came just hours after the Washington Post conducted an explosive interview with one of the alleged leaker's friends, who claims the airman has no political motivation and was not a spy.
He is not interested in helping any foreign agencies with their attack on the U.S. or other countries.
You don't share your game plan with your adversary. Certainly in this instance, there are lives at stake. This is not a game.
The House Intel Committee says it's working on new legislation to tighten up security of classified material. Former President Trump's legal woes continued today in New York, where he is testifying under oath in a civil fraud case. State Attorney General Letitia James accusing him of overstating his assets by billions of dollars in what she calls staggering fraud. His lawyer indicating that he will answer questions this time and not invoke the fifth, as he did some 400 times when he met with James' lawyers on this case back in August. James wants the Trumps to repay $250 million and permanently ban the former president and his children from doing future business in New York. The Trumps have denied any wrongdoing. This lawsuit is scheduled to go on trial in October. A lot more to come here on the news at 9, making the TEA a presentation, that's what they're doing, to the current Houston ISD board. We'll tell you about what they're talking about ahead of this takeover. Plus, a new strain of COVID causing concerns worldwide. The number of cases in Texas so far. And this is just crazy. Thousands of dead cows discovered in the aftermath of this large explosion at a dairy farm in Texas. Go ahead, pull out your phone and scan this QR code. It will take you directly to our website, fox26houston.com, where you'll find additional information on every story you just saw on the first 15. We have a lot more ahead in just 2 minutes when I'm joined by Jonathan Martin.
Kathy to tell me something?
Yeah,
What do I need to
you're
tell
going to have this breaking story.
Okay. Thanks, guys. I'll read it. Um, check. I'm here, Casey. Um,
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Right now, we want to get you to some breaking news coming out of West Houston. There is a traffic nightmare, as you can see. This is on I-10 at Bingle. This is after a deadly crash right in that area. Investigators are telling us tonight an 18-wheeler lost a tire and then bounced right onto another car, hitting and killing the passenger. This is a live look right now at the roadway, courtesy of Houston TransStar. If you were thinking about heading in that direction tonight, you'll want to certainly avoid that area, at least for now.
The Department of Justice is asking the nation's highest court to intervene in the abortion pill controversy. A federal appeals court blocked an order from a district court judge in Texas that suspended the Food and Drug Administration's approval of mifepristone. The federal appeals court is allowing the drug to stay on the market, but it's imposed restrictions on its use. The Biden administration wants the Supreme Court to give Americans full access to the abortion pill.
Well, with the state's takeover of Houston ISD happening, how will the TEA transition to a new board of managers? That's the big question in tonight's Houston ISD board meeting. Fox 26's Randy Wallace live tonight from district headquarters. Randy.
Yeah, Jonathan, and that question has yet to be answered publicly. Now, this has been an unusually quiet meeting. The HISD Board of Trustees has spent some 2 hours in closed session. Now, before they went into closed session, they voted to approve Agenda 2, presentation by the Texas Education Agency regarding the transition to a board of managers. But there's yet to be any kind of public explanation about the transition. No one knows exactly how that's going to work. Now, when the meeting started, several parents addressed the board and they questioned why there was nothing in the agenda about it. They basically said it's a blank piece of paper. A lot of times there'll be attachments with agenda items and you get an idea of what it's about, an explanation, but nothing like that in this situation. Now, Gary Monroe was here tonight. Now, we've seen him in past meetings with a bullhorn. He's basically been fighting the whole TEA takeover, but at this point, he's pretty much come to the conclusion that there's no way to stop it. Here's what he said tonight.
So I've been out talking to my community. It's no time for marching. It's no time for protesting. What it is time for is time to educate them. It is time to partner with the people that have to take over this school district to right the ship. It's not going to happen in 2 years. It's going to take 4 to 5. It may take longer.
You know, one of the big concerns is actual knowing what's going on. And I think tonight's meeting kind of shows why so many parents are concerned. Again, the school board votes yes to this agenda. Then they go into a closed session. Nobody knows exactly how the transition is going to take place. Now, of course, we're going to stay here and see what happens. And, of course, we'll have it for you either on air or online. Reporting live from HISD headquarters, Randy Wallace, Fox 26 News.
All right, Randy. thank you for that. An explosion at a dairy farm in West Texas, we've learned, has left at least 18,000 cattle dead. The explosion at the South Fork dairy farm in Dimmitt was reported on Monday night. A woman was trapped inside the dairy farm building at the time. She's now in the hospital in critical condition. The other employees, we're told, were not hurt. The local sheriff says an overheated piece of equipment combined with methane gas might have been what caused the explosion.
Spring Branch ISD sounding the alarm on what they are calling potentially dangerous, disastrous budget cuts. Parents say Spring Branch is expected to cut $50 million from their budget, which is about 20% from their total. This week, they sent out a letter hoping to get the community fired up. School officials now urging parents to reach out to lawmakers to raise the state's basic allotment.
The basic allotment, and that is the amount of funding that the state provides per student, and right now that's $6,100. We've been asking for that to be increased by at least $1,000 to cover these costs.
Trustees are expected to discuss more details about the budget proposals at the retreat, which begins tomorrow at 9 a.m. And you can find a way to listen in on our website, fox26houston.com.
All right, Rashi, thank you. And a new strain of COVID is sparking concern all around the world. The World Health Organization is closely monitoring the subvariant called Arcturus. So this highly infectious spinoff of Omicron was first detected in New York late in January. This was late last January. So far, it has been found in 27 states with at least a total of 235 cases recorded at this point. There are also at least 23 cases reported here in Texas. Dr. Peter Hotez of Baylor College of Medicine told our Houston Morning Show this variant appears to have a new symptom affecting children.
Has reconvened at 9:18 p.m. Our second discussion and report item is item 2, presentation by the Texas Education Agency regarding the transition to a board of managers. Steve Lechello, Deputy Commissioner of Governance for the Texas Education Agency, will provide our presentation. Colleagues, please hold your questions until the presentation is complete. Deputy Commissioner Lechello, you have the floor.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Steve Lechello. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Governance at TEA, and my team is responsible for facilitating the transition to the appointed Board of Managers. The purpose of the presentation today is to talk a little bit about what how the transition has proceeded to date, talk about the application pool that we have received during the first application window, and then, of course, answer any questions that you guys might have about the transition process or anything else related to the transition. Madam President, with your permission, I'll start with the presentation. Perfect. Thank you. So if you look on the screen, there's a chevron chart that walks through the entire, what would end up being about 75-day transition process. There are a number of steps during this process, and TEA started on March 15th, whenever we issued, the agency issued the enforcement letter. And in the enforcement letter announcing the transition to a board of managers, the agency stated that the board and the new superintendent would be appointed no earlier than June 1st. The agency felt that that would allow the agency to have a thorough and transparent process to recruit and select the board of managers and the new superintendent. As a reminder, the process didn't start in 2023. The process started back in 2019. There was a robust community engagement effort that was conducted back in 2019. We had the agency had over 300 applicants back in 2019, and the agency proceeded, this is before my time at the agency, a fair way through the process before the district filed suit and obtained the injunction that stopped the process. So what's happened so far? On March 15th, like I just mentioned, the application window opened on the TEA website, and that window was open for 3 weeks. It closed on April the 6th. During that first application window, there were 374 applications submitted. That number exceeds the number that was submitted in 2019 during the process that at that point had a 6-month runway as compared to a 3-week runway. And right now, the agency is in the first part of the application window where we are reviewing the 374 applications that were submitted. Let's talk a little bit about how those applications broke down. One of the disqualifying factors, one of the requirements that the agency is looking for in the Board of Managers that will be appointed is that all members of the board must live within the HISD boundaries. Out of the 374 total applications, 345 of those, 92%, lived within the HISD boundaries. We did follow up with that extra 30 to ensure that they didn't mistype anything. So we did our diligence to make sure that we're including as big and deep a pool of candidates as possible. Again, of the 374 total applications, 232 are from parents of current or former HISD students. 136 are alums of HISD schools, and 238 applications were from individuals who've worked as a teacher or for a school system at some point in their career. One refrain you hear frequently if you've been to or watched any of the community meetings or public information sessions that have happened is that the agency desires a demographic and geographic diversity on the board that we're going to appoint. This is a diverse group of Houstonians governing the Houston Independent School District. On the screen, you see a pie chart that shows a breakdown by race of the applicants. 40% were African American, about a third of all applicants were Anglo, 5% were Asian, 10% were Hispanic, and 12% qualify as other, which would be a combination of mixed races. On the screen, you see a bar chart now of the breakdown by trustee district. The highest was from District 4, 18% of all applications, and the smallest was District 3, only 4% of applications. This does reflect that we have received applications from around the district. There is interest in all areas of the geographic range of Houston ISD to serve on the Board of Managers. So what's next in the process? So the next step is the applicant screening and the training. So preliminary applicant screening of the 374 applicants is underway. And for a number of reasons, the agency decided to open a second application window. We want to make sure that all Houstonians have a second chance or more time to deliberate on whether they would be good fits to serve on the board. And so this second application window, it's currently open and it closes on April 20th. Importantly, anyone who applies during this second window is also going to have to go through all of the interview protocols that I'll talk about in just a second in order to qualify for the board. We just wanted to make sure that we captured as many Houstonians as were interested and create as deep of a pool as possible. This weekend, the first of 3 different interview steps is occurring. All applicants, all 374, have been invited to participate in a required Lone Star governance training. All applicants had the choice to attend either this weekend, here coming up in 2 days, on Saturday and Sunday, or the following weekend. So they got to choose one of the 2 weekends. But attendance at the Lone Star Governance Training is mandatory in order to continue in the process. We're also reaching out to any applicants who have subsequently applied during the second interview process or during the second application window and also provided them the choice as well of either this weekend or next weekend. We will have a number of Lone Star governance coaches providing concurrent trainings over the weekend, and we genuinely hope that all 374 plus attend in order to move forward in the process. After Lone Star Governance, to give you an idea of what the path forward looks like, there will then be a virtual, and the list will be pared down, and the remaining candidates will go through a virtual interview, like a Zoom interview with a panel of agency employees. And then after those interviews, there will then be, after more pairing happens, a third observational interview that'll happen later in this month. I believe it's the last weekend of the month. And then after that, there will be even more interview protocols and processes that the prospective candidates will go through. So we are, as an agency, really insisting on a robust, in-depth process to help identify those who are most uniquely situated and qualified to serve on the Board of Managers. So the Board of Managers, I wanted to share just a little bit of information. You might recognize some of these slides from some of the community meetings if you watched or attended. But there were many passionate folks at these meetings, and so the information may have been drowned out a little bit, so I wanted to shortly or briefly go through just some of the information. So what is a Board of Managers? Board of Managers is appointed by the Commissioner of Education. They have the powers and duties of the elected Board of Trustees. We are requiring as an agency that these members of the Board of Managers live within the boundaries of HISD. And this Board of Managers governs the district. They create a strategic vision for the district and work in conjunction with the newly appointed superintendent, the same way that an elected board would work with a superintendent. The decisions for governing the district and the policies and programs that are put in place in the district they happen and they're decided at the local level. TEA is not making the operational decisions that are going to be happening within HISD. It's very important that this last bullet as well, and I'll talk about the transition back to the elected board here at the end of my presentation, but the Board of Managers is not permanent. This is a temporary intervention of a temporary group of folks who's going to approach some of the systemic issues that are facing the district with fresh eyes and implement processes and procedures and programs to remedy those issues in order to transition back to an elected board. Again, I'll talk about the time frame of that here in a few minutes. So what happens to the elected board once the Board of Managers is installed? So authority, governance and decision-making authority is removed from the board, but you will remain elected officials. Election timelines and board elections will continue. And this is really important because the elected board members will transition back on to the school board. So we need to make sure there are board members who are elected for when that transition period begins. These elections will take place on the same timelines as they have historically, and the processes, the internal district processes, and the relationship with the county running the elections is going to be the same moving forward. Because the transition is going to be, the Board of Managers will be transitioning back to the elected board, it is really important that you guys stay involved we will encourage you to remain advisors to the Board of Managers, and we'll encourage the Board of Managers to remain in contact with you guys. You have historic knowledge that's going to be important as the district moves forward and as the Board of Managers progresses over the next few years. There will be opportunities for the elected board members to serve on community committees as well. One need that I have heard as I've conducted community meetings is the need for a bond. And if the Board of Managers and superintendent, the new superintendent agree with that community sentiment, there would likely be a bond committee. And that would be one example of an opportunity for you to participate in the process as advisors moving forward. So what does the transition back to an elected board look like? The commissioner has established 3 exit criteria. One related to academics, one related to specifically to special education services, and the third related to governance practices. So the academic exit criteria specifically relates to multi-year failing campuses. Namely, there can't be any. That is an important, bless you, trustee, that's an important piece to establish that the systems have been changed sufficiently to allow the chronically lowest performing schools in the district to achieve student outcomes and student results on a higher level consistently. With regard to special education programming, the exit criteria is complete compliance with state and federal legal requirements for the special ed population in Houston ISD. This is an achievable outcome. Other large districts in the state of Texas are successful in achieving this particular criteria, and we're confident that Houston ISD will as well. And then the third objective requirement is effective board governance. So the agency will continue to monitor the board, will provide in-depth and consistent training and touch points with the Board of Managers to evaluate the board processes that are in place, to enhance them, build on them, and create a sustainable culture of systems and structures that will outlast the Board of Managers and that will serve as the foundation for the elected board to return once the exit criteria are achieved. So the timeline for return to elected trustee control is all based in statute. And so the first touch point is 2 years from implementation. So after 2 school years, the commissioner will evaluate the district's progress toward the exit criteria. And at that point, he has 2 choices. He can either announce the transition timeline back at that point, or he can extend for up to 2 years. Once the district has achieved all of the exit criteria, there's then a 3-year transition back to elected board control. So let's say the first stage takes 4 years. After the end of the 4th year, as a hypothetical, a third of the board, so 3 elected board members will roll back on to the board. At that point, there would be 6 Board of Managers and 3 elected board members. In this hypothetical, at the end of the 5th year then, 3 more would roll back on. So at that point, after the 5th year, again, just hypothetically, there would be a majority of board control. And then in the 6th year, the last 3 would return. Trustees, I have received questions about how those 3 individuals are determined. in TEA's and in what order they would return. TEA's legal counsel is supposed to be providing me an update on that, hopefully by the end of this week, but definitely next week. And I will communicate with your legal counsel to make sure that you guys are fully aware. And then at the next public meeting that I have, I'll clarify to the public the answer to that question as well, just so we can create expectations for you guys, especially as your elections start to come up here in November. All right, so that is what I hope was a short and plain explanation of the process to date, where we are, what to expect moving forward, and then some basic information about what a board of managers is and what the transition back to an elected board would look like. Madam President, I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
So trustees, we are now ready for comments or questions. We will do 2 rounds of 2 minutes per trustee. If an additional round is desired, that can be done with a motion, second, and board vote. I have Trustee Baker in the queue first.
Thank you, Steve, Deputy Commissioner, for coming to Houston. Thank you for your presentation. My first question tonight, and I thank you for answering most of our questions in the executive session. My first question out here is, you mentioned rolling back 3 a year piece. Was there any thought given in rolling out 3, as you all intervene, rolling out 3 per year as you roll back in?
Yeah, I understand what you're asking, Trustee, and it's a good question. This statute is plain that the appointment of a board of managers is the appointment of an entire board, and it's not a piecemeal board of managers.
Thank you. And let's see, are you going to forward this presentation to us by chance?
Yes. So the presentation will be appearing on the district's website immediately after the meeting is over.
And finally tonight, and I've heard it before, but finally, just what's on my mind tonight is, could you restate the 3 main reasons that the state is intervening with over HISD since 2019? What happened? You said.
Yeah, and so, Trustee, you're asking about the why. Why is TEA doing this now? There are 3 reasons. The first reason is that in 2019, Wheatley High School counted to 5 under the then existing state law, the still existing state law. What that means to count to 5 is that Wheatley at that point had 5 or more consecutive years of unacceptable academic accountability ratings. And what that did, it triggered a law that compelled the commissioner to do one of 2 things. The statute says the commissioner shall do one of 2 things. Either, number 1, close down the school that counted to 5, or appoint a board of managers over the district. The commissioner at that point determined that it didn't serve the students' community of Wheatley High School to close down the school, and it didn't address the systemic problems that were in place throughout the district. And so he decided to appoint a board of managers. Shortly after he announced his decision, the school district filed a lawsuit and obtained an injunction that prevented the commissioner from moving forward in that appointment process. It wasn't until that lawsuit was filed, I believe, in November of 19, and it wasn't until January of 23, after a number of appeals, that the Texas Supreme Court entered a ruling, I think it was January 15th or around there, that said that the injunction was invalid, which allowed the commissioner to move forward. The commissioner's decision point to continue moving forward at that point rested in the mandatory requirement under state law that he do one of those 2 things. And in 2023, just like in 2019, it was the commissioner's perspective that appointing a board of managers was the best solution for Houston ISD. That is the mandatory reason why TEA made the decision that they did, why the commissioner made the decision. There were also in 2019 two other reasons, and so you referenced three in your question. Under state law, if a conservator is in place for 2 or more consecutive school years, the commissioner has discretion to appoint a board of managers. In 2019, at that point, there was a conservator who had been in place for 2 or more consecutive school years. I think at that point it was 3 consecutive school years. So that was another rationale, a discretionary one, but another rationale. And then the third rationale was what was called a special accreditation investigation. This investigation concluded that the Board of Trustees had violated state law on multiple occasions, specifically by violating the Texas Open Meetings Act. There were a number of other findings and conclusions that were contained in that report. But again, under state law, the commissioner may decide, discretionary, to intervene on the basis of a special accreditation investigation as well. So in 2019, there were 3 bases for moving forward, mandatory one and 2 discretionary ones.
Thank you so much. I'll just pause right there and allow my colleagues. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Trustee Guidry?
So you stated in the community meetings then, you stated that no one would be selected before June 1st. How is it, sir, that there are names seriously circulating out there who have said they're already appointed to the Board of Managers, which would be disingenuous to the community, because you've stated that you're looking for 9 board members, but if you've already selected 3 to 4 people and those people are stating they're selected, then that would be disingenuous to the community.
Yes, ma'am, I agree, Trustee. I can state unequivocally today that there have been no selections made. Not a soul in Houston or elsewhere has been notified that they will be a member of the Board of Managers. Everyone who previously applied in 2019 was told, and was interested again, was told that they have to go through the process again, and that there are no guarantees that anyone would be selected. We have 374 applicants, plus I think another 25 or 30 that have applied in this second window. And we are evaluating everyone on equal footing and with fresh eyes. So, Trustee, I appreciate you asking the question, but there have been no promises made, no commitments made to anyone.
Well, I can assure you, sir, that those names are out there, and if those people are selected, there will be some notice to the community. Let me go back to some questions that one of the community members asked. Will TEA commit to sharing with the public?
Yes, ma'am. TEA is committed to having a transparent and open process throughout the entirety of the selection of the board and training of the Board of Managers. There are parts of it that require engagement, active engagement from the applicants, like the Lone Star governance trainings, that will not be open to the public, but are being we are inviting all of the applicants to. Any of the materials submitted during or presented during these trainings will be subject to open records request and will be available to the public.
And all meetings, except of course closed sessions, will be open to the public, correct?
All meetings of
Board
the elected
meetings.
board?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So the Board of Managers will have the same rules as the Board of Trustees. They will have to notice meetings. They will have Open Meetings Act requirements. They will have to not only comply with the law, but comply with local processes as well.
Okay, and so you stated in the 3 reasons for takeover that it was the best solution to appoint a Board of Managers in 2019. What about right now? Why does he feel like it's the best solution right now?
So, Trustee, the Commissioner had 2 options in order to act. One is to close Wheatley High School.
Well, no, that's not true. He could have done a soft close with a repurposing. Isn't that correct?
I don't believe that that's correct, Trustee.
Yes, that is a correct statement, and if you, I would suggest you go look at it. Not that it matters, but that was an option that he could have done a soft close, repurpose, open Wheatley with another segment to it, right? You've read the bill, correct?
Of course.
Okay, and so you understand that that is a part of it, right? That he could have done that.
Trustee, yeah, ultimately, the commissioner decided that closing Wheatley, repurposing, if what you say is accurate, and that's not something that I'm personally aware of, that wasn't the best solution for Houston ISD, the systemic concerns that are prevalent across Houston ISD, and also he didn't feel that it was the right thing to do to the Wheatley community.
And can you tell me, sir, can we have Mr. Murat explain to us why not? Because you're saying that he didn't feel like it was the right thing to do, but I certainly would like to hear from Mr. Murat why he feels it was not the right thing to do. Thank you.
Trustee Allen?
So my first question is that he could have chosen to repurpose one school, but he decided to take over 200.
Like I said a minute ago.
Okay, yes, I got it.
Trustee.
Next, in the interview with the Houston Chronicle with Lisa Falkenberg, she asked him who would the Board of Managers report to. He replied, me. So, we spent what I consider a great deal of money for redistricting so that each district serves 160,000 voters. If the voters wanted citywide representations, they would have had the opportunity to do that. If there is a representative from each district, like I heard on the news the other day I forgot what channel, that there were not enough Hispanic representation, so they opened it up again and basically said that in District 3 didn't have any people. If there is a representative in those applications from each district, will he take that into consideration and maybe have one representative from each district, or has he decided and chosen that he's going to do citywide and he's going to pick who he wants?
So, Trustee,
will he consider one district, a representative from each district, if it is possible?
Yeah. So certainly it's a consideration and it is a possibility. The agency is committed to geographic diversity. We want all of the areas around the District of Houston represented. But
did you answer my question? Did you say that he would take that into consideration?
Certainly, it would be a consideration where the individuals live, but it's not a determining factor or a disqualifying factor if people live on either side of the lines.
Okay, my next question. The district has over 200,000 students who learn in different styles. The commissioner is stuck on the direct approach to reading. He suggests DISTAR. He calls it DISTAR, which turns out these cookie-cutter students on the same level. What about project-based school curriculums? Is he planning to put all of the schools on a direct approach to reading, even though some schools are being very successful?
The commissioner won't be making any programmatic decisions in the district.
That's not what he said in that interview.
So
maybe you need to read it, Houston Chronicle.
So I watched the interview that was posted on the Houston Chronicle's website.
Okay.
The commissioner was giving examples of best practices that could possibly be implemented, but he was very clear to point out, as he has in every public statement he's made, and me and my colleagues have made about this intervention, that those decisions, programmatic decisions, won't be made by the agency. It is the agency's job to appoint leadership, a superintendent, and a board of managers who are going to set the strategic vision for the district and identify among themselves the programs that are going to allow for student outcome improvement in the district.
Okay. Thank you. I have 1 second left. I'll go wait till round 2.
Trustee Cruz?
Thank you. Can we go back to the slide with the exit criteria, please?
So my question is, and you might have said this, sorry, it's been a really long day. So for the third one, effective board governance, what's the metric? Because as a board, we have, HISD was actually one of the early adopters of Lone Star governance. We obviously are not perfect in it, but we have definitely made a lot of strides, and we adhere to, we have a monitoring calendar. We use a lot of the tenets. So how are you going to measure how the board is doing on that?
Yeah, Trustee, that's a good question. That is feedback that we have received even before tonight. And we are in the process of creating objective measures, more objective measures within the Lone Star governance framework so that expectations of attaining these exit criteria can be created and would be created. So we are in the process of designing kind of what the objective metrics would be.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the queue for round one? Okay. I see Trustee Dygard in the queue and Dygard, Santos, and Bluford Daniels. Trustee Santos, you're in the queue on the computer, so okay. Are you okay with going next? Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Sure, I'm ready. I'm glad you came in here and took this heat. But we'd like to see Commissioner Morath to discuss all of this with all of the questions and concerns with all of us collectively. We have been a board. Yes, we've got some issues and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But we'd like to have him, because I know he talked to President Hernandez, but President Hernandez didn't give the questions that I was concerned with. So I'd like to see that done collectively. And you mentioned about the 374 applications exceeded the 2018 number. There are only 2 board members left from 2018. So when you talk about, and even when you bring up about the 2018, 2019 issues in the walk-in quorum, there's only 2 board members left from that group. So why wouldn't the commissioner use the shall and remove the 2 board members that he keeps referring to, part of the rest of the group, from 2018 and 19, as opposed to changing us all out? Because we're all making strides, upward strides, obviously in the right direction. And I think even with the LSG, yes, that's a guide that we should be working by, but it's still just a guide. Everything is not black and white. There's always gray area. And you can't use one stencil to paint an entire picture, other than, unless you have it tailored to every particular district. So I understand my colleagues' questions and concern with our district, because as I mentioned to you briefly in passing, District 2 has been the most overlooked district in HISD. It has the lowest performances. And I just wish my colleagues had been continuously looking at that as well, because in order for a wagon to continue to roll with one broken wheel, you've got to fix that broken wheel. You talked about, and another thing I suggest too, is, and thank you for just taking this, but cross-training. We've not said anything about cross-training with the Board of Managers. Don't get somebody from the West Side that applied and send them over there to leave them in the West Side. Send them over there to District 2, Tuffet Park, Cashmere Gardens. Send them over there. Let them cross-train. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Santos?
Thank you, President Hernandez. Commissioner Lechalub, which large districts in Texas currently meet all 3 of the exit criteria?
I don't have that information standing here right now, Trustee.
You're the Deputy Commissioner of TA? Okay. When is the last time you talked to Abbott's staff about vouchers?
I have not talked with the governor's staff about vouchers.
How many parents have you tried to connect to Abbott's staff while you were acting in your official capacity?
I received a request from a member of the governor's staff. We frequently at the agency connect legislators with folks in school districts who have different policy experiences, and this was an example of that.
So this was the only time you abused your authority to help Abbott push his voucher program? Or was this the only time you got caught?
Respectfully, trustee, I never did such a thing.
Okay. Has Mike Morath ever spoken with Abbott about vouchers?
I don't know, trustee.
Have you ever spoken with Abbott or his staff about turning existing public schools into charter schools?
No, trustee.
Have you ever spoken with Abbott or his staff about turning, have you ever spoken with Mike Morath about turning existing public schools in HISD or any other district into charter schools?
No, trustee.
Will you promise not to enter into any charter contracts for the management of any of our district-managed schools?
So any programmatic decisions that are made are not going to be made by TEA. Those decisions are going to be made by the superintendent in connection with the school board, the board of managers, as they analyze what are needed, what programs and processes are needed for the school district. That's not a decision that TEA would make.
But did you not just tell my colleague that the board of managers will be held accountable by Mike Morath?
Ultimately, the commissioner has the decision-making authority whether to replace the members of the board of managers. So in that sense, they are accountable to him.
So you can't promise that you will not turn our local public schools into charter schools?
TEA will not be doing that, no.
But the appointed board of managers, hand-selected by Mike Morath,
Trustee,
will be carrying out his orders.
As I explained just a minute ago, any and all programmatic decisions that are implemented in Houston ISD after the appointment of a board of managers and a new superintendent will be the decisions exclusively of the superintendent and the school board. That relates to curriculum, it relates to personnel issues, it relates to any kind of programs or policies, it relates to grant offerings. And so everything that is programmatic within the district will be a decision of the new superintendent and the appointed board of managers.
And how will that superintendent be selected?
The commissioner selects the superintendent.
So the commissioner who will select the appointed board of managers, he will then select the superintendent. You're having me believe that the decision is on the superintendent and the board of managers not to voucher out our schools?
There are two parts to your question. Yes, the commissioner appoints both the superintendent and the 9 members of the board of managers. The answer to the second part of your question is that the superintendent and board of managers then creates the strategic vision for the school district and determine which programs, policies need to be put into place to achieve that strategic vision, ultimately to improve student outcomes throughout the district.
I'll reserve the rest of my questions for the next round. Thank you.
Trustee Dygard. Thank you. So regarding supporting all campuses, in addition to monitoring the school ratings, like you can have a B campus with a whole bunch of students in them that are multi-years behind grade level. So will there be monitoring of how kids are doing or just the school ratings? Like how we're doing, are we increasing the percentage of kids who are reading on grade level by the end of 3rd grade? Are we increasing college and career readiness in kind of those sub-levels of campuses, not just the ABCDF?
So it is our absolute expectation that there will be progress monitoring toward goals that are set by the school board or the board of managers just as a normal functioning board would. These are 30,000-foot exit criteria that the commissioner is going to take into account when determining whether to extend the board of managers or start the transition back to an elected board. The school board, though, it is good governance, unquestionably, to identify goals, constraints, and conduct progress monitoring toward those goals. That is not related to the exit criteria. That is a best governance practice. Then it is our full expectation that the school board will conduct such practices.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Lone Star governance, the research behind it is these, data has shown these are the practices that if a board and superintendent team engage in these practices, they are correlated with an increase in student achievement. Certainly boards can do it without the framework, but the framework helps provide a roadmap and a self-evaluation process so board members can know that they're actually engaging in that, and that's what the third bullet is about, right? Like you're going to be utilizing like that self-evaluation within LSG to monitor if they're actually moving through that.
That's absolutely right, Trustee.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Wade?
I haven't gone yet. Yes, thank you. We had started our community engagement process, going out to the community to envision our new goals. We're starting the process. And we were early in the process, but I'd like to know how the Board of Managers, if they plan to do the same thing with the community, is make sure they go out and get the vision and values of the communities all over Houston.
Yeah, it will be an absolute expectation, Trustee, that the Board of Managers conducts thorough, effective community and stakeholder engagement. That, just like elected members of the board, is one of the absolute requirements of serving as a governing body of a school board. Understanding the needs, the wants, the desires of the community, understanding the context of communities and local schools, and then using that information gathered to come together to create or enhance or modify the vision, mission, values of the district and the goals that will then be monitored through the Lone Star governance framework.
Thank you.
Okay, I will end round one. Okay, Trustee Baker.
Thank you. Just had a follow-up question. When you say on the exit criteria 1 that HISD will not have any multi-year failing campuses, do you mean like going forward, if you get ready to transition out, or do you mean that because a new culture has been set, because new standards have been set, and because you're giving specific instructions from the TEA that well, let me just say, okay, so you mean that going forward, even with the Board of Managers, you want to make sure that principals and teachers are teaching their children that there will be no more years of failing schools, or do you have a plan ready to push out to ensure that there will be no more failing schools?
Yeah, and so let me clarify what multi-year failing means, because it is a source of questions that we have received at the agency. Multi-year failing campuses would be any campus that receives an unacceptable academic accountability rating for 2 or more consecutive years. So 2022-23 and 2023-24. That would be 2 years in a row of unacceptable academic performance. Under Senate Bill 1365, unacceptable academic performance is defined as a D or an F. And so to satisfy this exit criteria, there are no campuses in the district that have 2 or more consecutive years of D or F ratings. Certainly, especially serving students that are economically disadvantaged. I know this from my experience in San Antonio ISD. It is incredibly difficult work, right? And there are situations and circumstances where schools aren't receiving the supports they need and they achieve a D or an F academic rating. The key to this exit criteria is for the district to then focus resources on those particular campuses that have a bad year we understand and acknowledge that sometimes schools have bad years, right? Like I said, the work is incredibly difficult. To redirect resources so that that campus that had an unacceptable rating does not, for a second year, have another unacceptable rating, right? So that is the key to this particular exit criteria. No campuses with 2 or more consecutive years.
I understood. And also, how will you put some things in place to ensure that there's no more cheating on the STAR test or allegations of cheating?
Cheating on the STAR test would be something that the new superintendent and the board of managers put systems in place to ensure that something like that never happens.
Thank you so much.
Trustee Dygard, you have 45 seconds in your first round. Would you like to go?
Sure. I have one last quick question. So you have all of these applicants. You're going to pick 9. I imagine that within that pool, there's a significant number who could be great community members to work with this new board of managers in some capacity. Is that something you guys are exploring, some kind of a community council or whatever, to help broaden the connection these 9 individuals will have with incredibly diverse communities throughout the district?
It's a great question, Trustee. We don't know exactly what that would look like yet, but absolutely we intend to leverage these people who have self-expressed interest in helping Houston ISD move forward, and engage with them, even if not on the board of managers. There will only be 9, but to engage with them and partner with them in the community engagement efforts. Again, I don't know what precisely that'll look like, but we fully intend to utilize the interest of these, I was not a math major, 365 extra folks who are not selected.
Okay, now I don't see anyone in the queue with time left, so I will go. My first question is about the exit criteria over special education. We know that there has been 2 special ed conservators in the district for over 2 years. They have been able to give directives to the district over special ed, and we still need work on that. So what is the plan to change that so that it doesn't take an extra 2 to 4 years to get the special ed where it needs to be?
Right. The absolutely special ed programming will be a focus not only of the new superintendent but also of the board of managers. The 2 special ed conservators will remain partnering with the district as force multipliers to help implement whatever changes to special ed programming occur under the new superintendent and the new board of managers. But from a programmatic perspective, the actual policies, processes, programs, those will be determinations made by the new superintendent and the board of managers, with the understanding that this is an absolute critical point of focus. It is one of the exit criteria, and it needs to be one of the first and primary objectives that the superintendent and board focus on.
So if the conservators will remain with the district, technically HISD can trigger the law again by having conservators for more than 2 years. But that's not part of the exit criteria.
Well, Trustee, the law's already triggered, and so...
Like it could keep on triggering it, correct?
Oh, well, no, I don't believe so. Once the board of managers is appointed, the trigger has already been triggered. And so nothing that happens in the future, including, like an example, there's an elementary school that has had a number of consecutive years of unacceptable academic performance in the district. This year, if that elementary school doesn't receive an acceptable academic rating, it would technically trigger the count to 5 rule under Senate Bill 1365. But the trigger would be unnecessary because a board of managers was already appointed. And so you wouldn't need kind of multiple triggers, including the 2-year conservator, whether it's the special ed conservators, the academic conservator, or anything else, because the law has already been implemented.
Okay. So for the multi-year, in order to break the consecutive 5 years, you just need 1 year to break that for the school to get out of DRF status.
Yeah, under the law, in order to break the chain, right? A school would only require 1 year, and this is actually what happened, or what would happen if that elementary school that I was referring to this year would get a C, academic accountability rating.
So the
It would break the
previous
chain.
years wouldn't count anymore. That school is automatically off.
They get to start fresh.
Okay.
And that's true for any district across the state, trustee.
Okay. So I know we've discussed this already, and I have other trustees who've asked the question, but the board of governors, of managers, one of the exit criteria is that there'd be effective board governance, but nobody on this board and nobody from the public has any input that can change that. So how would we make sure that there's an effective governance structure in place? Other than the commissioner, who else can make sure that there's going to be an effective board governance?
So the Board of Managers will have a Lone Star Governance coach. That coach will work intensively with the Board of Managers to evaluate, to teach, to hold accountable to kind of attaining the platonic ideal of what Lone Star governance, what good governance will be. So they will be receiving extensive training and support in order to make sure that third exit criteria is accomplished.
So I'm not sure if you're aware, but we also have a Lone Star governance coach and have had one for a while. And when I joined the board, we also had a Lone Star governance coach. So that I feel like we need a lot more clarity over that. We will move on to round 2. I see Trustee Allen in the queue.
Okay, Deputy Commissioner, I understand that you've been with TEA for 7 months, so you may not exactly know the answer to these questions. But what happened when the Board of Managers and that new superintendent does a terrible job and the students regress because the direct reading approach stifles students at a grade level because we have a criterion-based test rather than a norm reference test? The teachers don't know how to adjust because they have no grade level guidance. Will he just wipe them out and give a new group a chance? Or what will he do with that? If the superintendent is a terrible superintendent, you said that if they were governed by the Board of Managers, will he wipe out the new superintendent too, or just wipe out the Board of Managers and just keep wiping until it gets all of our children are unstable and doing a terrible job? Then you're giving them a chance to do what you're not giving us a chance to do. You're not giving us a chance to make sure that these 3 things are the extra criteria. So what makes you think that a Board of Managers is going to come in and be able to do that? They won't even know the systems. They won't know the acronyms. And our new members can tell you that. They had to learn, it took almost a year for them to learn the acronyms. So by the time they try to learn something, what happens when they do that terrible job? And we can't get back in because they keep doing a terrible job.
Trustee, the history of the appointment of boards of managers in the state of Texas over the last 15 years.
Oh, they have a wonderful history.
There is a track record of success, and we have every reason to believe, based on that track record of success, that the same thing will happen here.
How come you're the only person that knows this track record of success and everybody else does not?
We've presented this, trustee, at a number of community meetings. We presented this chart that shows all of this, the 7 districts. I will be happy to come before the board with that slide the next time I present to the board, and I will send it to board services.
What's going to happen when they keep tanking?
We have no reason to believe, and we have every expectation that the board will be successful and improve student academic outcomes in Houston ISD.
What happens if they do keep tanking?
We don't believe that that'll happen, trustee. We have
But what happens if they keep tanking? Hold on, because how many seconds? Let me ask this other question while I got 23 seconds. Will candidates who lost to a current board member be disqualified from serving because they have already been rejected by the public? In other words, will Commissioner Morath usurp the voting process by taking out the person that they voted for and replacing with someone who was rejected by those same voters?
Trustee, that is not a disqualifying characteristic. In order to encourage a broad and deep pool of applicants, there are only 3 disqualifying characteristics that the agency's identified. Number 1, by statute, any staff member of Houston ISD cannot also serve on the governing board, and so any applicants that come from Houston ISD would have to decide whether they move forward with the Board of Managers or whether they find another job. So it would be disqualifying if a staff member in Houston ISD did not.
That's not my question. Will he take out a person voted and put in? Is that possible to put in a person that was rejected?
It's not a disqualifying
factor. Is it possible? Because I know people that ran against me that are now running for the Board of Managers. So is it possible that he could take me out and put in a person that the voters said no to?
We are not disqualifying any people who previously ran for this.
Is that a yes or a no?
So I think it is possible, yes.
Thank you.
Is that the time? Trustee Guidry?
So, and I guess you could tell I'm not happy about this, right? I am an attorney, as are you, and I set aside my practice to step in to help these children. And since I've been on this board, we have moved upwardly up, right? And so to step in at this point really concerns me about the democratic process, okay? So, and you say that you have stated that the law has been triggered and that Mr. Morath has to take this. This is something that he must do. Will you agree with me that he does not have to replace this board with a board of managers?
His only other option would have been to close Wheatley High School.
Or repurpose it, but you haven't read the statute to that degree. You have to go down a couple of, I think it's down about 3 or 4 levels, and you'll find it. So instead of closing one school, potentially, and of course I'm not advocating closing Wheatley, let me just say that, because I think it could have been, I know it could have been repurposed. But even if that were the case, instead of doing that, he believes it's in the best interest to take over 274 schools as opposed to helping one school?
Closing Wheatley High School wouldn't address the systemic problems that have been pervasive in the district for many years.
But the systemic problems is not why you stated, initially that you came in and said because Wheatley was had failed for 5 years. That was back in 2019. I was nowhere around the board at that time, and most of these people were not. And again, I'm sorry. This is coming out towards you because I prefer really to speak to Mr. Morath, and I prefer that he would come before us. But essentially, I can never wrap my head around what you all are doing, what the state is doing right now. And I'm just going to be clear about that. I can't do it.
Anyone else in the queue for round 2? Trustee Santos?
Deputy Commissioner Lechelot, you mentioned that there are large districts that meet exit criteria 2. Are there large districts that meet exit criteria 1?
Yes.
0 multi-year failing schools?
I believe so, yes.
If so?
I'll happily check.
Okay, so What are they? Who are they?
So I don't know off the top of my head. I will happily check, though. I believe that there are.
Are there any that meet exit criteria 3?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. You can't name any large districts that do?
Not standing here right now.
Okay, so, all right. How many districts in Texas currently have a minimum one school that have received a D or F rating for at least 2 consecutive years?
I don't have that information in front of me, trustee.
So does that exit criteria mean that HISD will never have an elected board if there are any campuses with 2 consecutive failing grades?
The first exit criteria in order to transition from the Board of Managers back to the elected board requires that there are no campuses in Houston ISD that have received an unacceptable academic accountability rating for 2 or more consecutive years.
So what is the probability of randomly selecting 240 Texas public schools without any of them having had failing grades in multiple years?
I absolutely believe the students in Houston ISD can achieve at a high level. I believe every single one of the students in every single school within this district can achieve at a high level, can attend a school that receives an acceptable academic rating. Yes, I believe that is absolutely possible.
Okay, so let me ask the question again. What is the probability of randomly selecting 240 Texas public schools without any of them having had failing grades in multiple years?
There are 1,200 school districts in Texas. I'm sure there are thousands of schools, trustee. I could not answer that probability question standing here right now.
If you're so sure that there are ISDs that can meet that exit criteria, I think you should know the likelihood that it is to happen. So I'm going to go back and ask the question one more time. What is the probability of randomly selecting 240 Texas public schools without any of them having had failing grades in multiple years?
You're asking for a probability based on thousands of schools in the state of Texas that I do not know the answer to.
Will TEA commit to not chartering off our schools?
As I explained to you in your first opportunity to ask questions, trustee, TEA will not be making programmatic decisions in this school district. The superintendent, in conjunction with the Board of Managers, will be making programmatic decisions.
So you can't commit to not chartering off our schools in the first 2 years that y'all will be taking over?
Trustee, the superintendent and the school board, this Board of Managers, will be making all programmatic decisions. Standing here today, and Commissioner has said this, my colleague who presented the community meeting said this, it is not the agency's intention for any charters to be put in place upon the appointment of the new board and the superintendent. The superintendent and the school board will ultimately be charged with making decisions that are in the best interest of HISD students to improve academic outcomes for all students across the district.
Yes or no?
I answered your question, trustee.
Will you promise to not charter off our schools? Yes or no?
TEA will not be making those decisions.
So you cannot sit here and say that you will not charter off our schools?
TEA won't be making those decisions.
Thank
trustee.
you.
Trustee Baker?
Thank you so much. Let me clear up a few things which on record. Let me ask you, there have been allegations that this intervention is about political party and color of skin versus students. Could you clarify that, whether or not this is politically motivated or whether it's about students?
This intervention is 100% about students and improving student outcomes. This isn't about politics. This isn't about skin color. This is about student outcomes, 100%.
And then also heard that that this was inevitable, that based on some of your reasons earlier, especially the 2019, before they file lawsuits, that Commissioner Morat will be breaking the law if he did not intervene at this point, right?
So the commissioner is a constitutionally sworn officer. He is charged with upholding the laws of the state of Texas. The law of the state of Texas said that he shall intervene if a school within the district, within any district in the state, counted to 5. In 2019, there was another school district who had a school that counted to 5. This was Shepherd ISD. Similar to the steps that he took for Houston ISD, he also appointed a board of managers in Shepherd ISD. Over the last 3.5 years in Shepherd, while this process was on pause because of the injunction, Shepherd has seen significant academic gains and is actually about to start the process of transitioning back to an elected board. So yes, the commissioner had to act under the law.
And then also, next question, could you name some of the school districts in Texas where this has been successful, an intervention of such?
Yes, sir. So I mentioned earlier that there have been 7 boards of managers placed since 2008. And all of those 7 placements have been successful placements. Now, some of those were placements for financial reasons, some of them were for governance reasons, and some were for academic reasons. Those are the 3 larger reasons why boards of managers can be placed. All were successful. In 6 of the 7 districts, we saw significant academic increases. If I can remember off the top of my head, they were El Paso, Beaumont, El Paso, Southside, Edgewood, which are both in Bexar County and San Antonio. There was Shepherd and Marlin, both currently have boards of managers and have seen significant academic gains. And also North Forest, back in 2008, there was a board of managers put into place a few years before the annexation occurred, which happened 3 years after North Forest returned to elected control, after that board of managers was placed. So in 6 of the 7, we saw academic increases, in addition to successfully completing the exit criteria that were put in place at the time. In the 7th district, which was Beaumont, a board of managers was placed for financial reasons. The board of managers corrected the financial reasons, and the academics stayed steady while the board of managers was addressing those financial concerns. Again, a successful placement focused on the financials in Beaumont. So in all 7 placements over the last 15 years, the agency has seen success that would portend to the success here. It gives us every expectation that this process will also be successful in Houston ISD.
I wholeheartedly,